Good morning, everyone. My name is Sherry Bubowski, and I am the Retirement Benefits Manager at the Chicago Carpenters Benefit Fund Office. I've been with the fund office for a little over 33 years, and I've been the pension manager, the retirement benefits manager for about 20 of those years. I want to thank all of you for joining us today for our webinar, and I hope that you learn a lot about your pension benefits during today's presentation. If you are trying to listen over your computer and are having difficulty listening, you may call the number that's listed below and enter the access code. You can watch on your computer while still listening on the telephone. So the presentation today is scheduled to go from 9 until 2 o'clock. I'm pretty confident that we will take less time than that. We've been doing webinars for the past year and a half since COVID made it impractical for us to meet in person out at the Apprentice and Training Center in Elk Grove Village. We've had a lot of positive feedback about the webinars. But some things that we've heard is that 5 hours is just too long for a webinar. So we've redesigned the slides this time. So I see from the registration information that about a third of you registered. And by the way, there are 170 people registered today. About a third of you have either attended a webinar before or before COVID actually attended an in-person Saturday seminar out at the Elk Grove Training Center. So if you've attended in person before, the webinars are, of course, a little bit different. The handouts relating to this webinar can be accessed by clicking on the orange box with the white arrow in it, and that will expand a pane on the right side of your computer screen and let you see the handouts. If you're watching on a phone or other mobile device, there's probably a pane at the bottom of your screen with another icon that says handouts on it. The handouts were also emailed to you on Thursday of this past week. So you should have received those. There's 5 different sets of handouts. Also, your personal pension credit and your personal pension estimates, beneficiary dates, all of those things were mailed out to you through the U.S. Post Office. Okay, so if for some reason you're attending and you did not receive your personal printouts through the post office, please give the Retirement Benefits Department at the fund office a call on Monday, and we can email those personal printouts over to you. We did mail them a little bit over a week ago, so hopefully the post office did its job and you've received your personal information. If for some reason you do not have your personal printouts, please still stay with us for the webinar. I hope that you will learn a lot on the webinar about how all of the options, the payment options, the pension, and the retiree health benefits, how all of that works. And you can certainly take a look at your personal printouts later. I will pause for questions at the end of each section. If you want to submit a question, you click on the question icon, and there's 2 different pictures here of what the question icon would look like. The top picture is how it looks if you're watching on a computer, and then the bottom picture is where the question icon looks if you are watching on your phone or maybe an iPad or some other type of tablet. If you have questions after the webinar, please give the Retirement Benefits Department a call at the fund office. We're certainly more than happy to address any questions that you have over the telephone. This broadcast is being recorded, and it will be posted to the fund office website in about a week. The fund office website is at crc fccbenefits.org. And actually, the fund office just launched a newly redesigned website about 2 weeks ago. So if you've been to our website before but haven't been there in the last couple of weeks, know that it has a whole different look and feel to it. If you are asking questions during the presentation, I ask that you keep those questions to be of a general nature. If you have individual questions about your personal credits or your personal estimates, this forum with 170 people registered is really not the place to address those individual questions. Give the Retirement Benefits Department a call and we can help you over the phone. Also, the fund offices, many of you know, the fund offices were actually closed. People were working remotely from home. The fund office, both downtown in Chicago and out in Lisle, both of those fund offices have reopened for appointments. So you need to make an appointment to come in and speak with a pension representative on a one-on-one basis. But the fund offices are reopened. So the staff's back in the office, no longer working from home full-time. And we are available for one-on-one meetings and appointments in the fund office. Okay. Just a couple of more housekeeping things, and then I'll get into the bulk of the presentation. After you exit the webinar today, a short survey will pop up. I think it's about 5 questions. I would appreciate it if you would take a moment or two to fill out that survey and let us know how you feel, how you felt and how you liked the webinar, anything you think we can improve on, any additional information you'd like, anything you feel that I've spent too much time on, aside from all this housekeeping stuff at the beginning, of course. We'd also like to remind you that when your situation changes, we want to know. Give the fund office a call if you move and have a new address, if you get married, you get divorced, you add a dependent, something like that. And we also want to remind you, and we'll talk about this later in the presentation, to remember to update your beneficiary if your life status changes. So that said, that's kind of all of our housekeeping information for today. I see a few questions are coming through already. So right now I'm reading from my script and going through the slides. I will get back and circle back to the questions at the end of each section. I do see 2 people have typed information that they will need to leave early. That is not a problem at all. Please remember, give the fund office a call with questions, and you can watch the recording. Anything you don't see, anything that happens afterward, you can watch the recording on our website in about a week. So this slide here is just an overview of what we're going to talk about today. We are going to talk about how you have earned pension credit over the years. We are going to spend the bulk of our time talking about pension calculations and the different pension payment options. We'll talk about disability pension. We will talk about both pre- and post-retirement death benefits. So what happens to a surviving spouse or other beneficiaries when the carpenter passes away. We'll talk about requirements to start your pension, including applying for pension and the prohibited employment rules. And then we will also touch on the supplemental retirement plan. I will not spend a lot of time on the supplemental retirement plan. In previous webinars, we've had a representative from John Hancock come out and speak for about 45 minutes during the webinar. A lot of the feedback we received from prior webinars indicated that only some people found that interesting. So what we've done is we had the John Hancock representative record a presentation about the supplemental retirement plan, and that presentation will also be posted to the website with the recording of this presentation in about a week. So if you're interested in that, you can watch that recording as your own time permits. Once we get through the pension section, then we will speak about retiree health benefits. Premiums are always a big concern for folks about what the retiree health benefits will cost and about what is and isn't covered. So we'll speak about the retiree health benefits after we go through the pension benefits. So, how your pension plan benefits are determined. An overview here, we're going to talk about earning pension investing credits. We're going to talk about pension calculations themselves, and we're going to talk about all of the different payment options. So to follow along with the presentation, in the personal information that you received in the mail, your personal printouts, I would ask that you please pull out the credit printout. It should have a capital letter A at the top right-hand corner, and it looks similar to the slide that I have up on the screen right now. Again, these were the printouts that were mailed out to you through the post office, not the handouts that are attached to the email and to this presentation. How your pension credit has been earned. So I looked through all of the printouts of everyone registered today, and the majority of you have many years of credit. You've been in the trade and in the union for a long time. So we have two different pension plans. We have the construction pension plan and we have the Millman Pension plan. Sometimes they call it the inside plan, the cabinet makers. So this first slide here is about the construction pension plan. So over your career as a carpenter or a millman, you have worked and you have worked for contributing employers who are signatory. They have what's called a collective bargaining agreement with the pension fund office that requires your employer to pay into the pension and the health and welfare funds over and above your union salary. So over the course of your career, you've put in your blood, sweat, tears, and hard work, but you personally have not monetarily contributed to the pension fund. Your employer has contributed on your behalf in accordance with the employer's collective bargaining agreement. And those collective bargaining agreements generally say that the employer is required to contribute a certain dollar amount, which has, of course, changed and increased over the years. But that dollar amount contribution is per hour worked. So for each hour you've worked, your employer has contributed to the pension and the health benefit fund on your behalf. So for the construction pension plan, pension credit is earned based on those hours, and it's based on the hours that have been worked within a given calendar year, January 1st through December 31st. So within any given calendar year, if you've had less than 250 hours worked and contributed, you do not receive any pension credit for that particular calendar year. If you've worked at least 250 hours, you pick up a quarter. 500 hours, you pick up a half year of pension credit. 750 is 3/4. 1,000 is a full year. So for the construction pension plan, starting in 1989, it actually became possible to earn more than 1 year of pension credit within a given calendar year. So starting in 1989 in the construction pension fund, if you earned and had contributed on your behalf at least 1,500 hours, you pick up a year and a quarter pension credit, and 1,750 or more hours, you pick up a year and a half of pension credit. So that's for the construction plan. For the Millman plan, the inside plan, it works the same way. The employers contribute on your behalf in accordance with the employer's collective bargaining agreement. On the Millman plan, less than 250 in a calendar year still is not any credit. And then the 250 being a quarter, 500 being a half, 750 being 3/4, and the 1,000 being a full year. those are all the same for the Millman Pension Plan. The Millman Pension Plan did not change in 1989 and has not changed to date to allow more than a year of pension credit in any given calendar year. So on the Millman Plan, 1.00 year of pension credit is the most that can be earned within a given calendar year. So on your personal printout, you'll see how much credit you've earned in each individual calendar year. If you have earned credit in both the construction plan and in the Millman Plan, you will see all of those credits listed. Out of the 170 people registered today, approximately 10 of you have credit in both the construction and the Millman Pension Plan. Okay. So we talked about the pension credit. Vesting credit is earned in the same way. In fact, it's really based on the pension credit. In order to be vested, and vested is not a magic kind of word, vested just means that you are legally entitled to receive a pension benefit at the time of retirement in accordance with the provisions of the plan. So the current vesting requirement in both the construction and Millman plans is at least 5 years of vesting credit. Okay, that's changed over time. The 5 years began in 1999. Prior to 1999, it was 10 years for vesting, and that 10-year requirement began in 1976. And prior to 1976, it was 15 years for vesting. Okay, so vesting credit differs a little bit from pension credit. It's earned in the same way through the employer contributions. And the hour requirements, the 250, 500, 750, and 1,000, those are the same. But for vesting purposes, you can earn a maximum of 1 year of credit per calendar year. So if you are a participant in the construction pension plan, and if you see that in some of your years listed on your personal printouts, that your printouts show a year and a half or a year and a quarter, these extra quarters and halves will count toward your pension amount. They will count toward the pension money, but they don't count toward the vesting requirement. So for the vesting requirement, it's a maximum of 1.00 per calendar year. So in addition to determining whether or not you are vested and eligible for a pension, vesting credit also determines whether you're eligible for retiree health benefits and how much you're going to pay for those health care benefits. And we will talk about those things when we get to the health benefits section a little bit later on in the presentation. Okay. The pension credit, though, as I mentioned, that's used to determine the amount of your monthly pension benefit. And that includes those extra halves and quarters that you may have earned in the construction pension plan, depending on how many hours you worked within a given calendar year. So I would ask that you move on to the next piece of paper that was in your individual printouts that were mailed out to you. And that is the estimated monthly pension benefits. And it should have a B like in boy on the top right-hand corner. It looks like the slide in front of you. If you have earned credit in both the construction plan and the Millman plan, as I mentioned, there's about 10 of you attending today that do have credit in both funds. You will see a B estimate for the construction plan and a B estimate for the Millman plan. So you'll have two separate estimates. We tried to prepare these estimates using the tentative retirement date that you gave us when you registered. Okay. If you said you were just looking for information and you did not provide us with a tentative retirement date, we based the estimates on January 1st of next year. If the date you requested on your registration is within this 6-month period from now, July through December of 2021, then we generated the estimates based on the date that you asked for. Estimates are only good for a 6-month period. So if the retirement date you requested went into 2022, or some people even had dates down into 2023, we made your estimates for January 1st of 2022. They are just estimates, and of course they will change as you earn additional pension credit. On your estimates, toward the middle of the page where I've got my little highlighter button moving around on the screen right now, you will see the total years of pension credit that you have earned as of about a week ago when we generated these estimates. Okay. We do not project possible future credits. Okay. The estimates are just based on the credit that is currently on record with the fund office at this time. Okay. Also, a word about the age that shows on your estimates. Okay. We count your age as of the first of the month. And by what I mean by that is, for example, if your birthday is September 15th, and you're going to be 60 years old on September 15th, for pension computation purposes, the pension fund office will count you as being 60 years old on September 1st, even though your birthday, in my example, isn't until September 15th. So we will count you the age that you will turn on your birthday as of the first of your birthday month. So you don't have to wait until the first of the month after your birthday in order to be considered the age that you will turn on your birthday. So we count ages as of the first of the month. So your pension calculation, you have your personal estimate in front of you, and we will go through some examples, and I will explain those personal estimates to you. The amount of your pension is determined by how many pension credits you've earned over your career as a carpenter, where the employer has contributed on your behalf. It's also based on the accrual rate in effect. The current benefit accrual rates per year of pension credit. For the construction pension plan, the current benefit accrual rate is $100 per year of pension credit. And for the Millman Pension plan, the current benefit accrual rate is $66 per year of pension credit. So that benefit accrual rate applies unless you, at some point in time during your career, experienced a 3-year period of time where you did not earn any pension credit under the pension plan. So if you go back to your A printout, the credit printout with the letter A on the top right corner, if you see any period of time where you went 3 consecutive calendar years or more without earning any pension credit, then the benefit accrual rate that's going to apply to your credit earned before that 3-year or more period will be the benefit accrual rate in effect when you stopped earning credit prior to that 3-year break. And I have an example that we will look at in our slides. So your pension credit, the accrual rate in effect, and the type of pension for which you are eligible all come into play on the pension calculation. Okay. The pension plans offer several different types of pension benefits, and each of them have different eligibility requirements. A regular pension, sometimes also called a normal pension, applies to both the construction plan and to the Millman Plan. In order to qualify for that regular pension, you have to be vested. Currently, again, with 5 years of vesting is the current requirement and you have to at least be age 55. In the construction pension plan, the next pension type is called an unreduced early pension. And in order to qualify that, you have to be at least age 60, but younger than 65. An unreduced early pension is actually calculated the same way as a regular pension, and there is no reduction for your age if you commence your pension at age 60. That's why it's called unreduced. There is no age reduction at age 60 in the construction plan. Okay. Both plans offer an early pension. In the construction pension plan, you have to be vested and at least age 55, but not yet 60. In the Millman Pension plan, you have to be vested and at least age 60, but younger than 65. So the Mill plan cannot begin an early pension at 55. The Mill plan pension early option does not begin until age 60. Okay. Out of the construction pension plan, if you are not yet age 60, you're younger than age 60, and you want to take an early pension, there will be an early reduction factor applied. And that early reduction factor is 5% a year for each year that you are younger than 60. So if you commence pension at age 59, you're 1 year younger than 60, you're going to take a 5% reduction. If you commence pension at age 58, you're 2 years younger than 60. It's 5% per year, so you're going to take a 10% reduction. All the way down to 55. 55 is the earliest. At 55, you are 5 years younger than 60, so you would take a 25% reduction if you commence an early pension prior to age 60. Now, that early reduction factor is actually prorated by month. So if you commence your pension benefit, for example, at age 59 and 11 months, you're only 1 month younger than 60. So you're not going to incur a full 5% reduction, because for the 5% reduction, you'd have to be a whole year younger than 60. If you're commencing pension at age 59 and 11 months, your reduction is going to be 1/12 of the 5%. Okay, so that 5% is prorated by month. So 5% divided by 12 would give you your monthly reduction. On the Millman plan, if you are commencing an early pension at age 60, but you're younger than 65, the reduction is approximately 6.6% per year for each year that you're younger than 65. And again, that is prorated by month. So if you're going and commencing your Millman pension at age 64 and 11 months, your reduction is going to be 1/12 of that 6.6%. The next type of pension available is a disability pension. And after we get through all the calculation examples, we will specifically spend a few minutes talking about a disability pension. Okay. And the last two types of pension are called partial and limited pensions. A partial pension applies to someone who maybe just worked a little bit of time in the Chicago area, maybe say a year or two in the Chicago area, never vested in the Chicago area, but also worked as a carpenter and earned Carpenter's pension fund credit with another Carpenter's pension fund somewhere in the country. So we can do a coordination of benefits between the Chicago fund and some of the other Carpenter's pension funds across the country. The final type here is called a limited pension. And those of you who have pension credit with both the Construction Pension Fund and the Millman Pension Fund here in Chicago, if you're independently vested in one fund but not the other, we do a coordination of benefits between the construction plan and the Millman Pension Plan in order to award benefits. For the 10 or so of you who are registered today who do have credit with both the construction and the Millman Plan, I strongly suggest that you call and you make an appointment to come in on a one-on-one basis and talk to one of the retirement benefits department representatives about your pension payment options. It gets a little more complicated when you have credit with both funds, and today's forum will help you understand, but I'm not going to delve deeply into all of the different nuances when you have credit with both funds. So you'll still find the presentation valuable today, but I do strongly encourage you to make an individual appointment with one of the retirement benefits representatives. So you have several different payment options within each of those different pension types. On your individual printouts, the one with the B at the top right-hand corner, about the middle of the page on the left-hand side, you'll see an option called the 60 Certain Guarantee. And actually your estimates spell guarantee with a Y, but it's the same thing. So the 60 Certain Guarantee, which is on the middle of the page, it's got an A on the left-hand margin of the page by the 60 Certain Guarantee. That's going to show you, the carpenter, your base monthly pension amount. And that base monthly pension amount is payable for the carpenter's lifetime. There's no maximum number of payments. No maximum number of payments. You will receive that base pension amount if you choose the 60 Certain Guarantee. You will receive that pension amount for your lifetime as long as you live. There's no maximum number of payments. The pension funds, however, do guarantee to pay a minimum of at least 60 monthly payments. So if you, the carpenter, take the 60 Certain Guarantee payment option, and if you pass away prior to receiving 60 monthly payments, the balance due up to the 60 total will be paid to your designated beneficiary. Okay? And we'll cover that in a little more detail as we go through the examples on the next couple of slides. So on your personal printouts, if you are married, you will see that the 60 Certain Guarantee is not the only option on your personal printouts. A little farther down the page, you will see three options that are called joint and survivor options. There's a 50%, a 75%, and a 100% on your estimates. Okay? And you can see that the amounts listed there as the carpenter's participant amount is less than the amount that's listed on the 60 Certain Guarantee. So for the joint and survivor options, the carpenter receives less of a pension during the carpenter's lifetime to ensure that the carpenter's spouse continues to receive a monthly pension for the spouse's lifetime after the retiree passes away. Following the death of the retiree, the spouse's pension begins, and it is a lifetime pension for the spouse, regardless of whether or not the spouse subsequently remarries. So if the carpenter passes away and if the spouse subsequently remarries someone else, the spouse still gets the surviving spouse's pension under the 50%, the 75%, and the 100% options. So let's look at an example. So I'm back to the 60 Certain Guarantee. I'm going to go through an example with you. Okay. So in this example, the carpenter who's retiring is 61 years old. He worked for 41 calendar years, and he earned 49.5 pension credits during those 41 calendar years. Now that 49.5 pension credits is due to those 1.25 and 1.50 credit years that have occurred during the years that the carpenter worked more than 1,500 or more hours or 1,750 or more hours. So in this example, on the 60 certain guarantee, we take the 49.5 years of credit, we multiply by the $100 benefit accrual rate, because this example is out of the construction pension plan. That's why it's $100 out of the construction pension plan. And this example, this carpenter never incurred a 3-year break in service. So his credit is continuous through all of those years. There was never a 3-year period of time where he didn't earn any credit for 3 years. So it's the credits multiplied by the $100 benefit accrual rate. So 49.5 credits multiplied by a $100 accrual rate gives the monthly pension amount of $4,950. Now, under the 60 certain guarantee, this monthly amount of $4,950 is payable every single month to the carpenter for the carpenter's lifetime, as long as the carpenter lives. There's no maximum number of payments. So if the carpenter starts pension and lives for another 20, 30, 40 years, that carpenter is still going to get $4,950 each and every month for the carpenter's lifetime. However, if the carpenter passes away before receiving 60 monthly payments, and by the way, 60 months is equivalent to 5 years. So if the carpenter commences pension and, say, for example, receives 20 monthly payments, I think I have an example here. My slide doesn't want to move. Give me just one moment here, please. I do apologize. There we go. So I have an example of the 60 certain guarantee. If the carpenter commences benefits under the 60 certain guarantee, and the retiree, the carpenter, passes away after receiving 48 months of pension payments, the carpenter's designated beneficiary will still receive an additional 12 monthly payments. 48 plus 12 is 60, so the fund office will fulfill the minimum guarantee of at least 60 payments. Okay. If the carpenter receives more than 60 payments during the carpenter's lifetime, when the carpenter passes away, the monthly pension just stops. There are no additional payments due to a designated beneficiary under the 60 certain guarantee option. Okay, so that's how the 60 certain works. And in this example, the carpenter did not have a 3-year break and is at least age 60. So let's move on to another example. In this example, we have an example of an early retirement pension. So this carpenter is retiring at 58 years and 2 months, starting his pension at 58 years and 2 months old. Worked for 32 calendar years and earned 42 years of pension credit, but never incurred a 3-year break in service. So the math on this is the 42 years of pension credit multiplied by that $100 benefit accrual rate in the construction pension fund. And then there's a reduction applied for the retiree's age. So on your personal B estimates that were mailed out to you, if you are not yet 60 years old in the construction pension fund or 65 years old in the Millman Pension fund, on your 60 certain guarantee calculation at the middle of that page, you will see a reduction factor for your age. Now, because this carpenter is slightly older than 58 years, he's receiving slightly more than 90%. So if you remember, In the construction pension fund, the age reduction is 5% a year for each year younger than 60. So if this carpenter were commencing pension at 58 years and 0 months, then this would be a straight 90%. He'd lose 10% for his age. There would be a 10% reduction. And he'd have a 90% factor here if he were commencing at 58 and 0 months. So because he's a little bit older than 58, he's 58 and 2 months, that 5% reduction is prorated, and he gets back another 0.8% onto the calculation. So years of credit times the benefit accrual rate times an early reduction if you're not yet 60 for construction or 65 for mill, 60 for construction or 65 for mill. In this example, the monthly pension on the 60 certain guarantee is $3,815. Now the age, the early retirement pension age on the construction plan has changed over time. Okay, it's been no age penalty at 60 since 2004. Prior to 2004, you had to be at least 61 for no age penalty. And then prior to 2003, you had to be at least 62 for no age penalty. If we go all the way back to 1991, the construction plan, just like the Millman Plan, had to be at least 65 for no age penalty. So the age for a full pension, for an unreduced pension, has decreased over time in the construction pension plan. Our next example, while we're still talking about the 60 certain, and this will be our last example of the 60 certain, and then we'll talk about the joint and survivor options. Okay, so in this particular example, this carpenter is retiring at 58 years old, worked from 1988 to 1996 and earned pension credit, but then did not earn any pension credit at all for 1997, 1998, and 1999. So that's 3 calendar years. That's a 3-year break in service. Whenever there's a 3-year break in service, sometimes we call it a calculation break, the years earned prior to that 3-year break in service are paid at an older accrual rate. So in this example, this 11 3/4 years earned from 1988 to 1996, 1988 to 1996, 11 3/4 years, are multiplied by the $50 accrual rate that was in place in 1996. So if you, at one point or another, had a 3-year calculation break where you did not earn any pension credit for 3 consecutive calendar years or more, then your individual estimates that were mailed out to you show you your credit breakdown and the accrual rates that apply to each set of pension credit that you earned. As I paged through the estimates for today's webinar, about 20% of you at one time or another had a calculation break. That number is pretty high, just based on who's registered today. Plan-wide, approximately 4% of all participants at one time or another incurred a calculation break where there's a gap in their pension credit. So 11 3/4 times the $50 accrual rate that applies to the credit from 88 to 96. Because this carpenter is 58 years old, he's 2 years younger than 60 for the non-reduced age of 60 in the construction plan. So he has a reduction of 10% for his age. So he's receiving 90% of the value of the pension because he's 58. This carpenter then subsequently came back to work earning pension credit with the pension fund again from 2000 to 2019. So from 2000 to 2019, he earned an additional 21 3/4 years of credit, and that is multiplied by the current benefit accrual rate of $100. and then there's still the age reduction factored in. So when we do this line of math and we do the second line of math, we add the two numbers together. So we get a 60 certain monthly pension amount of $2,486.50 in this example. So that would be the monthly 60 certain guarantee payable to the carpenter for the carpenter's lifetime. I'm going to move on to the joint and survivor options. And then after I go through the joint and survivor options, I will come back and look. I do see that some folks are typing questions, sending questions through the question options that are available to you. And I will go back and look at those questions. So you don't necessarily have to wait until I say, hey, I'm ready for questions. If you have a question, you can go ahead and enter that now, and we'll look at that. So the joint and survivor options on your personal estimates that you have in front of you, if you are married and if you look down below the 60 certain guarantee, you will see a 50%, a 75%, and a 100% joint and survivor option. So to calculate the joint and survivor options, we still begin with the base pension calculation. In our base example that I'm going to use through the slides, we have the 49.5 credits times the $100 accrual rate for the base monthly pension amount of $4,950. So we take that base monthly pension amount and we apply it to what are called joint and survivor options. Okay. On the 50% joint and survivor option, we start with this $4,950 and we multiply it by the joint and survivor factor. Now, the joint and survivor factor is determined by the difference between the carpenter's age and the spouse's age at the time of pension commencement. Now, your individual joint and survivor factor, based on the difference between your age and your spouse's age, your individual factor shows on your personal printout. In my example here, the carpenter is 60 and the spouse is 60 also. So they are the same age. So when the carpenter and the spouse are the same age, we start with a base of 90% at that joint and survivor factor. For each year older or younger that the spouse is from the carpenter, we add or subtract 0.4% on the 50% option. So you don't need to really remember that because we've done the math for you and your personal printouts show your joint and survivor factor. But I just want you to know that there's a method behind the madness. There is a percentage prescribed by the plan. So that $4,950 comes down, we multiply by the joint and survivor factor that shows on your personal estimate, and then we get the amount shown on your personal estimate under the participant column for the 50% joint and survivor. So if the carpenter does not take the 60 certain guarantee and instead chooses the 50% joint and survivor, the carpenter will draw a monthly pension of $4,455 every month for the carpenter's lifetime. So you see it's less than the $4,950. The carpenter is going to take a bit less for the carpenter's lifetime. But upon the carpenter's passing, the spouse will start to get a monthly pension for the spouse's lifetime in half of the amount that the carpenter was receiving. That's why it's called a 50% joint and survivor option. The surviving spouse starts to get half of the carpenter's monthly amount. That surviving spouse's pension starts the month after the carpenter passes away, and it is payable for the surviving spouse's lifetime. The surviving spouse does not have to meet a minimum age requirement. So if you happen to have a younger spouse, the spouse does not have to wait until 60 or 62 or 65. That surviving spouse's benefit begins the month after the carpenter passes away. On a 75% joint and survivor, again, we start with that base amount, your 60 certain amount, or in my example, the $4,950, that is the 60 certain amount. And we multiply it by the joint and survivor factor for the 75% option. When the carpenter and the spouse are the same age as they are in my example, the carpenter is 60 and the spouse is 60. The joint and survivor factor for the 75% option is 85.5. For each year older or younger than the carpenter that the spouse is, we add or subtract an additional 0.6%. Again, you don't have to do the math. Your joint and survivor factor is on your personal printout. So on a 75% joint and survivor, the carpenter would receive $4,232.50 a month for the carpenter's lifetime, in my example. Upon the carpenter's death, the $4,232.50 goes away, but the surviving spouse starts to get 3/4 of that monthly pension amount. So the surviving spouse would start to get $3,174.50 a month. That surviving spouse's benefit starts the month after the carpenter passes away and is payable to the surviving spouse for the surviving spouse's lifetime. Okay. The third and final option on the joint and survivors is a 100% joint and survivor option. So again, you start with your base 60 certain amount, and you multiply that by the joint and survivor factor shown on your personal individual estimates that were mailed to you. If the carpenter and spouse are the same age as they are in my example, we start with 81 as the joint and survivor factor. For each year older or younger that the spouse is on the 100%, we add or subtract an additional 0.7%. So in this example, on the 100% joint and survivor, the carpenter would draw $4,009.50 a month for the carpenter's lifetime. When the carpenter passes away, that $4,009.50 that was payable to the carpenter goes away, but because it's a 100% option, the surviving spouse starts to draw that same amount, 100% of the carpenter's amount, for the surviving spouse's lifetime. Okay. You'll notice here that this on the slide specifically indicates that is a surviving spouse benefit. Okay. The spouse does not draw this monthly pension amount while the carpenter is still with us. I'm going to repeat that because it's important. The spouse does not draw the spouse amount while the carpenter is still living. It is a surviving spouse's benefit that starts the month after the carpenter passes away. I mean, it wouldn't even really make sense if the spouse drew while the carpenter was still living. Because, I mean, who wouldn't take it? You add the two options together on a 100%, if the spouse drew $4,009 while the carpenter was living, plus the carpenter drew $4,009, I mean, that's $8,018 a month, actually $8,019 a month, when they're combined, which of course is much, much more than the base monthly 60 certain amount. So it wouldn't even make sense financially to think that the spouse would draw a benefit while the carpenter is still with us. But it is something that is occasionally misunderstood. So I just wanted to take a moment to make that very clear, that the spouse's benefit starts after the carpenter passes away. It is a lifetime benefit for the surviving spouse on any of these three options, the 50, the 75, or the 100. So the surviving spouse continues to get that monthly pension amount for the spouse's lifetime, regardless of whether or not the surviving spouse subsequently marries someone else in the future. Okay. So that's what happens if the carpenter passes away first. Okay. Let's look at our next slide and talk about what happens if the spouse passes away first. Okay. So both the construction fund and the Millman fund have what's called a pop-up feature. If you take the 50% joint and survivor, the 75% joint and survivor, or the 100% joint and survivor, if you take any of those joint and survivor options where the carpenter is taking a lesser monthly amount for the carpenter's lifetime to provide the spouse with a pension for the spouse's lifetime, well, if your spouse passes away first, you no longer need that protection. You no longer need that provision. Okay? So if your spouse passes away first, the benefit will convert back to a base pension 60 certain amount effective the month after your spouse's passing. Okay, so the slide says automatically, and in the plan it is an automatic provision of the plan, but you would need to send the pension fund office a copy of your spouse's death certificate before we can process the change. So if you take a month or two to submit your spouse's death certificate, we will calculate the increase back to the 60 certain amount, and we will give you any money that we owe you back to the month after your spouse dies. So this pop-up adjustment, this pop-up feature, does not go all the way back to the start date of your pension. Let me say that again because it's important. It does not go all the way back to the start date of your pension. This begins the month after your spouse passes away. Okay, so think of it as kind of like an insurance plan. You know, you're sort of taking out an insurance plan like you would with homeowners insurance. You know, if you pay homeowners insurance for 20 years and you never have a fire in your home and you never have a claim, and you're ready to cancel that policy, you don't get any back money, any refunds back from your insurance company for the 20 years you had homeowners insurance and you didn't file a claim. Okay, so it's sort of like an insurance policy. So the monthly amount goes up to the 60 certain amount after the month your spouse passes, but that increase does not go all the way back to the beginning of your pension. Okay. Another feature built into the joint and survivor options, and this applies to the construction pension plan only. So this next little bit of information is for the construction pension plan only. Okay. If indeed the carpenter takes a joint and survivor, the carpenter and spouse take a joint and survivor benefit, any of the joint and survivor benefits, and if the carpenter, the retiree, passes away after getting 20 monthly payments, and then the spouse commences the surviving spouse's amount, and the spouse receives an additional 12 monthly payments, and then the spouse passes away, well, the pension plan has only paid out 32 monthly payments, 20 to the carpenter and 12 to the spouse. So that's only 32 payments together. Well, the plan guarantees to pay a minimum of 60 monthly payments. So then what would happen in this particular situation is that whoever the retiree has designated as a contingent, and contingent just means secondary, whoever the retiree has listed as a secondary beneficiary would receive the other 28 payments. So 28 payments to the secondary beneficiary plus 12 to the surviving spouse plus 20 to the carpenter brings us up to the total of the 60 certain guarantee. So the benefits not only for the carpenter's lifetime and for the spouse's lifetime in the construction pension plan, but that 60 certain guarantee is also built into the joint and survivor options. Okay. The last 28 payments, or the payments to your secondary beneficiary in this type of an example, however many payments are remaining due to that contingent, to that secondary beneficiary, are paid at the surviving spouse's monthly pension amount. Okay, so they're not paid at the 60 certain amount, and they're not paid at the participant amount. The participant got the participant amount for the 20 payments, and then the amount changed, permanently changed, to the spouse's amount upon the death of the carpenter. Okay. If indeed you and your spouse agree that you do not want a joint and survivor option, this of course assumes you're married. If you and your spouse both agree that you do not want a joint and survivor option and you would rather take the 60 certain option, then there is a federally required form that your spouse must sign to consent to your election of the 60 certain benefit. Under federal regulations, you are required, if you are married, you are required to take at least a 50% joint and survivor benefit, unless your spouse will sign a form to consent that you can receive the full pension, the 60 certain pension. Okay, so spousal consent would be required for a married participant to choose the 60 certain guarantee amount. Okay, so I'm going to pause for one moment before we start looking at your C personal printout called a partial lump sum. I'm just going to pause for a moment and look over here at my questions. So let's see what's coming through. And if you have any questions so far, please feel free to submit a question. A couple of questions, again, people still making notes about leaving early. That's perfectly fine. Please remember that this recording will be posted to our website in about a week. A question about pension credit while you are disabled. So those of you who are eligible for the active plan of health benefits may be familiar with the fact that under the active plan of health benefits, there is a weekly disability provision. So if you are disabled and unable to work, there's a provision to get a weekly disability benefit from the active health and welfare plan. If your disability is not work-related, you receive a weekly stipend, and I believe that the current amount of that is about $400 or $450. It's changed. It used to be $300. But you receive a weekly stipend, a weekly check from the health benefit fund, and you also receive hours contributed to the pension fund on your behalf, and even to the welfare funds to maintain your active eligibility. So while you are getting a weekly disability benefit, or it's also called a short-term disability benefit from the active plan of benefits, you get 40 hours a week contributed to the health and welfare plan to help you maintain your active health and welfare medical benefits, your health benefits. You also receive 28 hours a week contributed to the pension plan, and that's both the construction plan or the Millman Pension plan. 28 hours a week are contributed and counted toward your pension credit while you are on weekly disability benefits with the health and welfare plan. Two questions actually came through from participants who are divorced and their former spouse was assigned a part of their pension benefit in the divorce settlement. So I would urge you, gentlemen who have asked the question about a qualified domestic relations order, a quadro, and a divorce and how it impacts your pension, on the personal estimates that were sent out to you, you can see that quadro reduction that was applied, and that is the reduction that comes off your pension to provide your former spouse with the pension that the former spouse is entitled to under the quadro. There were 6 of you, I believe, registered today who have a quadro situation. I would urge you to call Heather Purcell with a P, at the Retirement Benefits Department to discuss your individual pension estimates if you have questions about that quadro reduction. Heather Purcell is our quadro analyst, and she processes the divorce decrees and the quadro assignments. So this is not the forum to address an individual question about your calculations, but Heather's awesome. If you give her a call next week, or even the week after, whenever your schedule permits, I'm sure that she can answer your questions. The question is, with the pop-up feature that we just discussed on the previous slide, once the pop-up reverts back to a 60 certain, is that pension for the Carpenter's lifetime? And the answer is yes, that pension is definitely for the Carpenter's lifetime. So if the spouse passed away before the 60 payments or after the 60 payments, it doesn't matter. The Carpenter, the retiree's benefit, will still adjust back up to that full 60 certain guarantee amount, and it will remain at that 60 certain guarantee amount for the Carpenter's lifetime, no matter how long the Carpenter lives. So those are actually the only questions I see coming through at this time. So I am going to move on, and we're going to talk about some more different payment options, some more additional payment options. Okay. So in the personal printouts that were mailed to you, the next printout has a C as in cat at the top right-hand corner, and that is a monthly benefit estimate which includes information about what's called the partial lump sum payment option. So if you have your personal printouts in front of you, I would actually urge you to put the estimate that we just looked at, the B estimate, that base estimate, put it side by side on your tabletop or on your lap, wherever you happen to be at home, so that you can look at the figures on the estimate we just covered on that base estimate. You can look at those alongside the figures on this lump sum estimate. Okay, I think it's really helpful for you to see them both at the same time so you can compare the numbers. Okay, so this next option, the estimate that you have in your personal printouts with the C on the top right corner, is called a partial lump sum option. Okay, you can opt to take up to a maximum of 10% of the value of your pension as a lump sum up front. Okay. And I will show you examples, and we will talk about this in more detail. Okay. You do not have to take the full 10%. You can take less than 10% as a lump sum if you want, but the minimum amount that you can elect is $1,000. Okay. The actuarial factors used to calculate these partial lump sum options change every July, and they are based upon your age on your pension effective date. Actually, the slide says changes every July, which is generally true. There have been a couple of other times. This partial lump sum option has been in place since 1995, and that change in July is due to actually a federal mandate that we have to recalculate the factors based on new updated interest rates and mortality projections. There have been a couple of other times, I believe it's twice in the history of the plan so far, that the federal government also mandated a change in the factors at other times. Once was in October and once was in March. But, the option's been in place since 1995. Over all of those years, there's only been 2 years where the change to the factor did not happen in July. Okay. So if you look at your individual printout, you will see your own personal partial lump sum payment option. So I'm going to go back to my original example that I've been using throughout the slides of the 60-year-old retiree with 49.5 pension credits who never incurred a 3-year break in service. Okay. So if you remember, 49.5 years times $100 in the construction pension plan gave us this base monthly pension amount of $4,950. So the way the partial lump sum option works, and this is on the top portion of your personal estimate, you can see your personal calculation of this. We take 10% of the 60 certain guarantee amount. So in this example, $4,950 was the 60 certain guarantee, multiplied by 10%, which is the maximum part of the pension that can be converted to a partial lump sum. So that gives me $495. The current actuarial factor that was effective July 1st, and your personal estimates that were sent out to you, even though they were created at the end of June, they do have the current actuarial factors on them. We had the actuarial factors loaded in the computer system, the new ones for July 1st of this year, when we created your personal estimates to mail out to you. So we take 10% of the monthly pension, we multiply by the actuarial factor, and we get a partial lump sum option amount here of $103,487.02. Okay. Now, these actuarial factors are based on a lot of different things. Our accountants and actuaries come up with these factors every year. They're based on a lot of things, and I'm not even going to pretend to you that I understand all of them, but in part, they're based on interest rates and life expectancy. Okay. A general historical rule of thumb is that when interest rates are going up, these actuarial factors are going down. And when interest rates are going down, these actuarial factors have been going up. So there's historically an inverse relationship between actuarial factors and interest rates, but they're not solely based on interest rates. They're also based on market performance and life expectancy, different things like that. Okay. Again, changing every July 1st. So in this example, my example, if the carpenter chooses, he can receive a partial lump sum payment upfront, and by upfront, I mean in the first month that his pension is effective. Okay. But if the partial lump sum option is chosen, then there is a reduction to the monthly pension amount that the carpenter will receive during the carpenter's lifetime. So if this partial lump sum amount is chosen, then we have to recalculate, we have to adjust the 60 certain benefit amounts. Okay? So we start with the base $4,950. We subtract off this $495 that got converted to a partial lump. So $4,950 minus $495 in my example, and you can see your personal calculations on your personal printouts, gives an adjusted monthly pension payment for the 60 certain option of $4,455. Now, the partial lump sum can also be elected in conjunction with the joint and survivor options. So on your personal printout, if you're married, toward the bottom of the partial lump sum estimate with the C on the top right corner, you will see the joint and survivor options. So just taking through my example, the retiree and the spouse are both the same age. They're both 60. So we take this $4,455 and we bring it down here. We multiply the adjusted 60 certain amount. We multiply that by the joint and survivor factor. And you'll notice that the joint and survivor factors are the same on your B base estimate and on this C estimate for the partial lump, because you and your spouse are still the same age. There hasn't been a difference, a change in the difference between your ages. Both of these estimates were prepared for the same assumed pension effective date. So we multiply the 60 certain, the adjusted 60 certain amount by the joint and survivor factor, and we come up with a monthly pension amount of $4,009 for the carpenter on a 50%. And then if the carpenter were to pass away, the surviving spouse would begin to receive $2,004 a month, effective the month after the carpenter's passing. Now, all of the things that we talked about with the joint and survivor options without the partial lump sum, all of those provisions are exactly the same with the lump sum. So this is a surviving spouse's benefit starting the month after the carpenter passes. In the construction pension fund, there's a 60 certain built into all three of these joint and survivor options. In both the construction and the Millman funds, if one of the joint and survivor options are chosen and if the spouse passes first, then the carpenter's monthly amount goes back to this adjusted 60 certain amount effective the month after the spouse's passing. So all of those provisions are exactly the same with the lump sum and without the lump sum. Okay. Now, the estimate that I have here on the slides and the estimates that you personally received in the mail show the maximum lump sum amount that is allowable. Okay. You might look at your lump sum amount and think, well, I am a little bit interested in that lump sum. I'd like to start retirement fresh. I'd like to start retirement clean. I'd like to pay off the last little bit that's left on our mortgage, and I'd like to make sure that the credit cards are paid off and, pay off the car and things like that. But I don't need the full amount of my lump sum amount to do that. I only need part of that lump sum. So maybe you want to consider a lesser amount, or maybe your house is paid off. Maybe you don't have any credit card debt, and maybe you're looking at that lump sum thinking, well, we'd like to take a nice once-in-a-lifetime trip, but I sure don't need that whole lump sum amount to do that. Maybe I only want to take $10,000 or $15,000 or, whatever the case may be. So you can take a lesser lump sum if you choose to. You can sort of back into the math by yourself. So if you decide, I don't want this $100,000 lump or whatever your individual printout shows as your partial lump, I only want to take $20,000. So you can kind of back into your reduction. If you take your lump amount that you want, divide it by the actuarial factor, that'll give you your new reduction. Okay. So I know some of you're math whizzes. You can do this no problem at all. It amazes me when I talk with some of you. You've been on the job site so long, you can add and subtract fractions in your head like it's no big deal at all, where I would be digging out my pencil and paper. So, if you're a math whiz and you can do this, that's fine. If not, think about the dollar amount you would like to have as a lump sum, and then give the retirement benefits department a call and ask the retirement benefits representative to send you an adjusted estimate for whatever lesser lump sum amount you're thinking you might be interested in. Okay. Remember, $1,000 is the minimum. Okay. It's no big deal. It is not a problem at all. The computer does all the work. In fact, that retirement benefits representative can even probably email you that adjusted lump sum estimate that same day that you ask for it. The exception to that might be someone who has a qualified domestic relations on file, giving a former spouse part of a pension. Sometimes those estimates take a little bit longer because the quadro amount has an impact. But the computer system does the work. Please don't be hesitant to call the retirement benefits representative. We're more than happy to send you out a lesser lump sum estimate if you are interested in a lesser lump sum amount. I'm going to talk about some options, because if you're going to take the lump sum, you need to decide what you're going to do with that lump sum. And no, I don't mean should you take a trip to Vegas or should you take a world cruise. There are some decisions to make as to how we pay the lump sum and some tax consequences to that. But before I get to that, I really would just like to take a moment and talk about this lump sum option, this partial lump sum option, and just to talk a little bit about the plan in general. Okay. Those of you who are familiar with the funding notice, every October, the pension plan, both the construction plan and the Millman Pension plan, are required to send out what's called an annual funding notice. And last year's annual funding notice for the construction pension plan showed that there's about $3.8 billion in the construction pension plan. In the Millman Pension Plan, there's about $90 million in the Millman Pension Plan. So both plans have a substantial amount of money in them. And a lot of times people will call the pension fund office and they'll say, well, I just got my funding notice and I know that there is $3.8 billion in the pension fund. How come the trustees can't raise that accrual rate anymore? How come that accrual rate can't be $120 or $150? That's a lot of money in that pension fund. How come the pension fund needs so much money? Well, if you just take a look at your own personal lump sum partial amount on the estimates that we've sent out to you, move the comma one place over to the right. So in my example here of a lump sum of $103,000, if I move that comma over one place to the right, doing that shows the approximate full value of one individual's pension. So moving the comma one place to the right on my example brings up a full lump sum amount that the pension is approximately worth of $1 million, a little bit over $1 million actually. Okay. Now, I'm oversimplifying a bit. I'm not talking about time value of money and interest rates and stock performance and things like that, but if you think about your pension in this manner, hey, my pension, it's worth $1 million, or maybe your estimate showed a lump sum of $60,000. So move that comma one place to the right and you've got an approximate pension value of $600,000. If you think about that in the larger context of the pension plan, there are approximately 27,000 construction plan participants who are vested and either still working or maybe not working anymore, but still vested and entitled to a pension. So that's 27,000 people. On the Millman side, there's a little bit less than 2,000 people vested and still working or vested and entitled to a pension. Plus, you have everyone already on pension getting a pension. On the construction pension plan, there's approximately 15,000 people getting a monthly pension check. On the Millman side, there's about 950 people getting a monthly pension check. So if you think about how many people are involved in the pension plan, how many people have an interest, carpenters and beneficiaries, including surviving spouses, and how much the pension plan has to have on hand in order to guarantee those benefits that your trustees have promised to you. If you look at it in that context, $3.8 billion is still a whole lot of money, but it makes it a little bit clearer that that amount of money is needed by the plan to guarantee benefits that have been promised by your trustees. Now, will the pension accrual rate, either in the construction fund or the Millman Pension Fund, increase in the future? I hope so. I'm actually covered by the same pension plan that all of you are. And if you remember at the very beginning of this presentation, I told you I've been with the pension fund for 33 years. Your benefit package is an awesome benefit package. So I do hope to see that accrual rate go up in the future. We'll see what comes to pass when the funding notices are released this October. I understand that the funded statuses of the plans has increased, but we won't know how much until the new funding notices come out this October. So just some things to keep in mind. I would also like to talk for one more minute about this lump sum option before we move on. Sometimes people don't realize how much their pension is worth. So I hope by just mentioning to you that if you move the comma one place to the right, you get a better idea of approximately how much your pension is actually worth. Okay. So sometimes someone will call, or even when we were doing the in-person webinars, someone would come up to me and say, "Hey, Sherry, my friend Tom, he's not a carpenter. He works out there in corporate America. And my friend Tom said to me, well, Tom's got $1 million in his IRA in the bank, and Tom's bragging about his $1 million, what he's got in the bank on his IRA and what he's going to have for his retirement. And, Sherry, I'm not really sure what I'm going to have for my retirement as a carpenter." Well, we've gone over the monthly benefits, so you can see your monthly guaranteed amount. Moving that comma just one place to the right, in my example here, gives this particular carpenter a pension that's worth more than his friend Tom's $1 million. And I'm going to give you another reason why your carpenter's benefit is even worth more than your friend Tom's $1 million. When Tom retires and he starts drawing down money from his IRA balance is going to go down, and it's going to go down, and it's going to go down. And eventually, if Tom lives long enough, he's going to exhaust that money that's in his IRA. He's going to exhaust that $1 million that he has saved. Then what does Tom do? That $1 million that he's bragging that he has doesn't automatically replenish itself. But your carpenter's pension benefit, your monthly pension benefit, it's a guaranteed lifetime benefit for you, the carpenter. And if you pick one of the joint and survivor options, it's also a guaranteed lifetime benefit for your surviving spouse. It's not going to run out. Even if you move that comma one place to the right and you see that your lump sum is worth, $600,000 or $300,000 or whatever your personal estimate shows, if you've exceeded that amount in monthly pension benefit payments, it does not mean that your monthly pension is going to stop. Your monthly pension benefit is still going to continue for your lifetime. So you've worked hard. You've put in your blood, sweat, and tears, and you've worked hard. And now it's time for you to enjoy this retirement that you've invested so much in. So I'm sorry if some of you think I got on a little bit of a soapbox here, but I believe that your benefits are incredibly valuable to you, and I really want all of you to appreciate how valuable that benefit is to you. So questions are coming through as I've been talking about the lump sum and how the lump sum is taxed. So let's move on to the next couple of slides, because when I said we need to talk about what you're going to do with the lump sum, that's actually what I was talking about. So moving on to the next slide. Your first option, if you choose to take the partial lump sum, and remember, you don't have to take the partial lump. If you're not interested in that partial lump estimate, you are more than welcome to just take the estimates off of the estimate with the B on the top right-hand corner and not get involved in the partial lump option. But if you do take the partial lump sum option, your first option is that we would make that partial lump sum option paid directly to you. If you take the partial lump and if we pay it directly to you, the carpenter, it is sent out to you along with your first pension check. So it comes to you at the same time you get your first pension check. However, that amount of that partial lump sum is going to be added to your taxable income in the year in which you receive it if we are paying benefits directly to you. The pension fund is required to hold back 20% out of that partial lump sum if we pay it directly to you. We're required to hold that back and send it to the IRS. Similar to the withholding on your paycheck. We hold back 20% of the lump, we send it to the IRS. When you file your taxes the following year, you report the lump sum that you received paid directly to you on your taxes, and then you and the IRS settle up as far as whether or not you're owed a refund or whether you have to pay additional. So I've made this in purple, I've put it in bold, I have important. Please listen to me about this with the lump. I am not telling you that the lump is taxed at 20%. The lump is going to be taxed in accordance to your income and your personal income tax bracket. I am telling you that we have to hold back 20% and send it to the IRS. Next year when you file your taxes, maybe you get a refund. Maybe that lump amount has pushed you up into a higher tax bracket, and maybe you will owe the IRS more than that 20% we withheld. So we suggest that you speak to your tax advisor about the lump and about taking the lump. Something else for you to keep in mind, if you are retiring toward the beginning of the year, so say you're going to retire for January 1st or February 1st, a lot of people, January 1st is a hugely popular date for some reason. People just want to make sure that they start the year fresh. They start the year fresh on retirement and they want to retire for January. You go out for January 1st, you start your pension January 1st, you take the lump sum. Maybe in that scenario, the lump doesn't have a huge impact on your taxes because you do not have working income for the entire year already on the books that you're going to have to report to the IRS. But flip the example around. You start your pension in maybe November or December and you've worked the whole year. So you've got your whole working income, your paycheck, all the way from January, all the way through October. You've got, paychecks on the books that have to get reported to the IRS. Then you start your pension in November or December, and you take this partial lump paid directly to you. Then this partial lump is going to be added to all your working income for the year, and that could possibly have the impact of pushing you up into a higher tax bracket. So there's a lot of things to think about. The pension fund office staff, including myself, we are not allowed to advise you on your best option. It is our job to explain the options to you. It is not our job to advise you on which option is best for you. So we strongly suggest that you speak with your tax advisor about possible tax consequences, or if you have a financial planner or financial advisor, you might want to talk to that individual about whether or not the partial lump is a good idea for you to take. Okay, so paying directly to you is the first option. The second option is to do a direct rollover. Okay, so you can take the partial lump sum option, but not have it paid directly to you. You can roll over that partial lump sum option either to a traditional IRA of your choosing at the financial institution of your choosing, wherever you have your own personal IRA. Or you might even consider taking that partial lump sum option and rolling it over into John Hancock into your supplemental retirement plan. Okay? The investment fees through John Hancock are very low compared to some other investment options out there, to some other IRAs out there. And we just like to point out that rolling it over to the John Hancock Supplemental Retirement Plan is an option that you have. There is not an obligation to do so. You can send it to any IRA, any traditional IRA at any financial institution of your choosing. But the IRA that you send the payment to must have the Carpenter's name on it. So you cannot choose to send this to your spouse's IRA that only has your spouse's name on it. Okay, so The traditional IRA, wherever you're thinking about possibly sending it, has to have the Carpenter's name on it. If you take the partial lump as a direct rollover to an IRA or to your supplemental plan at John Hancock, we do not hold any federal taxes out from the lump. We pay the full partial lump to your traditional IRA or to the John Hancock supplemental plan. The benefit is not taxed in the current year, okay, so it's not taxed when you roll it over, but it will be taxed as you make withdrawals from the IRA or from the supplemental retirement plan, okay? So that's your first rollover option, a direct rollover to a traditional IRA or to John Hancock supplemental. You also have the option of rolling your benefit over to a Roth IRA. So if you're familiar with a Roth IRA is an after-tax vehicle. You pay taxes at the time you actually get the money, and then you roll it into the Roth, and then it's not taxed as you withdraw it from the Roth. So if you have a Roth IRA, again, in the Carpenter's name, it can't only be in the spouse's name, we can make payments, the fund office can make payment to your Roth IRA. We still must hold back 20% to credit against your federal income taxes, because a rollover to a Roth is taxed in the current year at whatever your personal income bracket is, but it's not taxed as you withdraw it from the IRA, okay? If you do not have a financial advisor, IRS Publication 590 has more information on Roth IRAs. Okay, so you could look at that IRS publication. So it looks like there's some questions coming through. So let me pop over and look at the questions. And if you have any questions about anything we've discussed up to this point, please feel free to type a question. We have one more section. We're going to talk about something called a level income option, and then we're going to take a break. Okay, so just to preview for you what's coming up here. So let me look over here at the questions. Questions about the lump sum and the taxability. I believe I just answered those questions. I see a few other questions that I've already answered in the presentation. So I remind you that this is being recorded, and you can go out to our website in about a week and review this. A question did come through about state income taxes. We do not withhold state income taxes from the lump or even from your monthly pension. Whether or not a pension benefit is taxable by the state depends on the state in which you live. Now, they are always taxable by the federal government, by the IRS, but state taxability, currently in Illinois, the pension is not taxable, but that, of course, is subject to change. Any other surrounding states, you would have to check, not even just surrounding states, but any other states throughout the country, you would have to check with that individual state to see whether or not the pension is taxable. If the pension is taxable by whatever state you're thinking of, it would be up to you to file taxes. Perhaps the state requires quarterly taxes. You would have to handle that on your own. The pension fund office is unable to hold state taxes from the monthly pension. Okay. Again, a couple of questions, two quadro questions about divorce situations. I urge you to call Heather Purcell with a P, Purcell, at the fund office and speak with her about your quadro question. Question about taxability. I believe this is just on the monthly pension. Somebody's asking about our taxes calculated before or after the health benefit premiums. We will talk about health benefit premiums later in the webinar, but to answer the question about taxability, the full gross pension before any deductions is the amount that's taxable. So the full pension is what the taxes are calculated on, okay? and you can choose whether or not you want taxes held from the monthly pension benefit. If you take the lump paid directly to you or sent to a Roth, there's a 20% mandatory withholding. But the monthly pension benefit, it is up to you whether you want us to hold the federal income taxes or if you want to handle that yourself quarterly. So those are the only questions I see coming through right now. So I'm going to move on to the level income option, and then we will take a break. Okay. So your third payment option is something called the level income option, and this only applies to the construction pension fund. This is not an option in the Millman Pension Fund. Okay. With the level income option, even in the construction fund, you have to be at least 60 years old in order to take advantage of this option, and you must have current pension credit at the time your pension starts. Okay? And by current credit, I mean you need at least a quarter year of pension credit in the year you retire or in the 2 years before retirement. So it's within the 3 years of starting your pension. If you are interested in this level income option, please know that it cannot be combined with the partial lump sum option. Okay? It is one or the other. You cannot do both the partial lump and the level income. Both together are not allowed. Okay? This level income option can be taken if you are postponing your Social Security benefits. I'm going to go through this relatively quickly. The level income option has been available since 1996, and it's not a very popular option. If you're interested, great. We're happy to send you personal estimates for it. But because it's not a terribly popular option, and I mean, since 1996, we've only had a couple hundred people take it. And to put that into context for you, on a monthly basis, we add about 75 people to the pension rolls every single month. And last year it was actually quite a bit higher due to the pandemic. So, a couple hundred people taking it since it started really isn't a whole lot of people. But if you are interested in the level income, and I'm going to show you examples of it and how it works, you need to furnish the pension fund office a copy of your Social Security personalized benefit estimate. Okay, so the easiest way to get a personalized benefit estimate from Social Security is for you to go online and create a My SSA account. So you go to ssa.gov, SSA, Social Security Administration.gov, and you can create a Social Security account. It's free and secure. You can get personalized benefit estimates. If you can't find your Social Security card after all these years, you can request a Social Security card. And you can also, for financial planning purposes, get estimates of your Social Security benefit or what your surviving spouse's benefit would be. You can apply for Social Security benefits online. And once you're receiving Social Security benefits, you can set up your direct deposit with them, change your direct deposit information. You can do address changes with Social Security, things like that. When we post our recording from this webinar, we are also going to post a presentation done by a representative from John Hancock regarding Social Security benefits, how Social Security benefits are calculated, what the best time to collect your Social Security benefit might be for you, how you compare different options, things like that. I am not a Social Security expert, and I am not qualified to speak to those things. But the Hancock representative who did the recording is, and I would urge you to spend some time at your convenience, watching that presentation. Again, it'll be posted on our website in about a week when the recording from this is. But getting back to talking about our level income option, you want to create a My Social Security account to get a personalized benefit estimate of your Social Security benefit. And then you want to send that personalized benefit estimate to the retirement benefits department so that we can create your own personal level income estimate. Okay. So in, pardon me, in this example, we have a retiree. She is going to retire at age 60 on a non-reduced pension from the construction pension fund. She has 42 years of pension credit multiplied by the $100 benefit accrual rate. That gives her a monthly 60 certain guarantee amount of $4,200. Okay. To calculate the level income option, she has provided the pension fund with a written estimate from Social Security showing that her Social Security benefit is going to begin when she's 62, and that Social Security benefit is going to be $1,200 a month. So what the pension fund does is we take that $1,200 a month Social Security benefit, we multiply it by another actuarial factor, which again changes every July 1st, and it's based on interest rates, life expectancy, the age you are, you start your pension, same types of things that the partial lump sum factor are based on. So we take the $1,200, we multiply it by the level income factor of 0.858, and we get a level income amount of $1,029.60. So then what happens? We're going to add these two benefit amounts together. My slide will move here. Okay, so we take the base 60 certain amount that we calculated of $4,200 plus the level income amount that we just calculated on the bottom of the previous slide. And this symbol here, I do apologize. So the slides were redone for this presentation. I do apologize. This symbol right here should not be a multiplication symbol. It should be an addition symbol. So this should be a plus. We're going to add the $4,200 to the $1,029.60, and we're going to get a monthly benefit payable from the pension fund from the time the retiree's pension begins up until the time Social Security begins of $5,229. So $4,200 plus $1,029 gives us $5,229.60 a month. Okay. So that's the monthly amount payable from the pension fund before Social Security begins. Once Social Security kicks in at age 62, this change actually happens 2 months after Social Security kicks in. We take this full pension amount that we're paying, including the level income option, and we subtract off the full amount of the Social Security benefit. And then 2 months after Social Security starts, the retiree's benefit from the pension fund goes down to $4,029 a month, which you can see is less than the base 60 certain amount that the retiree would have received had she not elected the level income option. Okay, this is a permanent reduction, and it is for the retiree's lifetime. So it's not like after X number of months you're done paying back the level income option. It stays for the retiree's lifetime. It's called a level income because the retiree's income remains level both before and after Social Security. So before Social Security starts, she's getting $5,229 from the pension fund every month. Once Social Security starts, she's getting $4,029 from the pension fund, plus she's getting $1,200 a month for Social Security. And that still gives her the same total monthly income of $5,229. So the income remains level both before and after Social Security. Okay. So that's the level income in a nutshell. If it's something that you are interested in, please get a copy of your estimate from Social Security and send that into the pension fund office. You can mail it in, or you can even email it in to retirement@cfpb.gov. crccbenefits.org. That's our email address, and it's on the top of most of our forms and things. In the handouts, on the pension handouts, page P2, the second page of the pension handouts, our email address is listed there, along with the contact information from the fund office. So send us that Social Security estimate. Tell us that you are interested in receiving level income estimates, and we would be happy to send those estimates out to you. Okay. There are questions about what happens if you pass away prior to retirement, and I will get into those on additional slides that I have after the break. And right now, those are actually the only questions that I see coming through. So over the break, if you have some questions, go ahead and type those in. But for right now, we're going to take a break, and we're going to be back in 5 minutes. So it's 10:52 by my clock. So let's be back at 10:57. And that 5 minutes goes by pretty quick. So I will start talking again at 10:57. And again, thank you for joining us. And we'll see you back in 5. Okay, so we're back. I told you that 5 minutes goes by awfully quickly. Couple of questions that came through on the break. One question came through about the level income option, and that question was, so is the level income option more for a carpenter who is not married? And that's probably my fault. I should have mentioned that the level income option can be elected in conjunction with any of the joint and survivor options. So if you're interested in the level income option and you send us the Social Security estimate in, when we return your personalized estimates back to you, you'll be able to see the calculation for the joint and survivor benefits. But even a married carpenter can elect the level income in conjunction with the 50, the 75, or the 100% options. Someone else said I mentioned something about October and my voice kind of faded and you couldn't hear me. So the two things I can think that I mentioned about October was that at one point in time, the federal government required us to change the partial lump and the level income factors in October and in March. That's the only thing I can really think of that I was specifically talking about with an October date. So I'm not sure what else I may have been speaking of, so I think that that's it. One other question came through about cost of living increases. Are there any guaranteed cost of living increases built into the monthly pension benefit? And the answer is no, there are no guaranteed cost of living increases built into the pension as there are with Social Security. However, at several times over the history of the plan, the trustees have decided to award either some type of a bonus payment or some type of a permanent increase. So the last permanent increase was in September of 2019, and the amount of the increase was based on how long someone had been retired at that time. And it was purposely skewed to give people who had been retired for a longer period of time a greater increase. And that's simply because the people that have been retired for a longer period of time retired when the accrual rates were much less than they are today. So people who have been retired for a long time, instead of seeing pension benefits that are in the $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 range, people who have been retired for maybe 20 years, have a pension in a $700 or $800 a month range. So back in September of 2019, there was a 10% increase granted to people who retired prior to 1999, a 6% increase granted for people retired between 1999 and 2004, 4% for people retired between 2005 and 2009, 3% for people who retired between 2010 and 2014, and then 2% who had been retired from 2015 up until the time of the increase in 2019. So that's just what was done in 2019. In 2018, there was a calculated bonus, and the formula, again, was skewed to give the people who had been retired longer, who have smaller pensions, smaller monthly pensions, more money. They got $60 per year for each year that they'd been on pension, plus $20 a year for each year of pension credit that was earned and used in the pension calculation. And that was a one-time calculated bonus. Back in 2017, in March, there was a bonus payment equal to one monthly pension payment. So some people call that the 13th check. Is there going to be a 13th check is a common question we get. So they're not done every year, and the trustees usually discuss whether or not they're going to do a bonus at their May meeting, but of course the trustees could do it at other different times, but in general that discussion happens at the May meeting. At the May meeting this year, there was no bonus payments awarded, just like there was no accrual rate change. Now, the trustees can do that at a subsequent meeting. They meet quarterly, Historically, I'm just telling you it's been at the May meeting. So, wait and see. We will definitely send out notification if there is a bonus payment or an increase for the people on pension, or any kind of an accrual rate increase for those of you not yet retired. As far as an accrual rate increase for those of you not yet retired, historically, those have usually happened for July 1st. So if you're thinking about retiring for June, maybe file your pension paperwork timely for June, but kind of hang on and see if something's going to happen for July. Again, I don't know what may or may not happen next year. Watch your mail, watch your email, and we will notify you as soon as the trustees, or if and when the trustees make any increases to accrual rates or to monthly pension benefits. So disability pension. Let's briefly talk about disability pension. So in order to qualify for a disability pension and to be considered disabled under the definition of the pension plan, you have to be unable to work in any substantial gainful work activity. This requirement is not satisfied if you are unable to work just as a carpenter or if you're unable to work in the building trades. So if you are still able to physically or mentally do some other type of work, it's not enough to be disabled just as a carpenter. Okay. And you have to be disabled for any substantial gainful work activity. Substantial activity can be either physical activity or mental duties. So can you do a desk job where you're required to do mental duties? That comes into play also. Gainful activity is work that you perform for profit, work that you get paid for. So you have to be disabled for any type of gainful employment, not just for carpentry or building trade employment. Okay. What are the credit requirements? And those credit requirements differ under each pension plan. Under the construction pension plan, you need at least 15 years of pension credit, or if you don't have 15 years of pension credit, you need at least 10 years of credit, providing that you have a quarter year of credit in the year in which you became disabled or any of the immediately preceding 5 years. In the Millman Pension Plan, in addition to being disabled under the definition, you also need to have 10 years of credit, and you must also have a quarter year of credit in the year that you became disabled or one of the immediately preceding 2 calendar years. So those are the credit requirements. In order to qualify for a disability pension, you need to prove your disability by either furnishing the pension fund office with a Social Security Disability Award letter showing that you're receiving Social Security disability benefits under Title II of the Social Security Act, or if you do not yet have Social Security benefits, you can furnish the pension fund office with medical records to substantiate your claim of disability and a medical form filled out by your attending physician. The staff at the pension fund office are not doctors, and we do not make a determination on those medical records. We send those medical records out to an independent medical consultant. The independent medical consultant examines the medical records and determines if the eligibility requirements for disability are met based on those medical records. If you submit medical records because you don't have Social Security disability yet, and if the independent medical consultant says, no, you don't qualify, then the disability pension application would be denied. However, if at some point in the future you receive Social Security disability benefits, you can come back and reapply for disability pension and furnish us with that Social Security Disability Award letter. That's kind of the gold standard. If Social Security says that you're disabled, the pension fund will go along with the Social Security determination and honor the Social Security determination. Something else that comes up, I don't want to say a lot, but it comes up once in a while, and it just came up at a recent appeals committee meeting. If you are at least early retirement age, that's 55 in the Construction Pension Fund or 60 in the Millman Pension Fund. If you're at least early retirement age, and if you're indicating that you want a disability pension, the pension fund office is going to send you out information on both an early pension and a disability pension. And you need to look at the estimates for both pension options, both an early and a disability, and you need to make a decision. If you decide that you're not going to take the disability pension, that you're going to take the early pension, you cannot come back later and change your mind and say, oh, I got my Social Security now, it's 3 years later, I want to change that early pension to a disability pension. It doesn't work that way. Once your pension is in pay status, an early pension or even a non-reduced pension cannot be changed to a disability pension at a later date. So once you're in pay status, you can't change your pension type, and you actually can't even change your payment options voluntarily. So you cannot change a 60 certain guarantee subsequently to a 75% or a 50% or 100%, or you can't do it backward. You can't change a 100% option back to a 60 certain or to a 50% joint and survivor option. Once your pension goes into pay status, it's locked in and it is what it is. I mean, the exception is if your spouse passes away first, we move you back up to the 60 certain amount. And in some divorce situations, we can move you from a joint and survivor option back up to a 60 certain amount. But other than that, the elections you make when you file your pension application for both pension type and benefit payment form stay in place and cannot be changed. So that's something to think about. Okay. So back to disability pension here. On a disability pension, what's the advantage of a disability pension? A lot of people ask. Well, if you're not yet 60 in the construction fund or 65 in the Millman Pension Fund, there is no early reduction factor for your age. So basically, we pretend like you're 60 in the construction fund for the calculation, and in the Millman Fund, we kind of pretend like you're 65 for the calculation. So there's no early reduction factor, which is a big deal in some pension calculations. A disability pension is payable as a 60 certain guarantee, but they do have the 50, 75, and 100% joint and survivor options available. The partial lump sum option is available on a disability pension, but the level income option is not available even to the construction pension fund. A level income option is not available in conjunction with a disability pension. The work restrictions on a disability pension, you can work in non-carpentry, non-building trade type of employment without losing your disability pension, provided that you are not doing substantial work and that you stay within the Social Security earnings limit, which Social Security adjusts every year. For 2021, that earnings limit is $1,310 a month. So if you are on a disability pension, you can work at some little kind of type of small job employment just to basically kind of give you something to do, get you out of the house. The example I've used for years with these seminars is back when I was a service rep, I processed a disability pension for a very, very sweet pensioner. He went on disability pension, and for many years, he did do a little bit of work while he was on disability pension. And what he did was 3 mornings a week, he baked the biscuits at McDonald's for breakfast, quite literally. It kept him under the Social Security earnings limit, but it got him out of the house 3 days a week. Gave him a little bit of something to do. So we're certainly not talking about any type of employment that could be substantial. As far as work restrictions for non-disability pension, give me a few minutes. We're going to talk about prohibited employment and severance of employment on non-disability pensions in some upcoming slides. So a question that came through on the break is, what happens if the carpenter passes away prior to retirement? So if the carpenter has been married for at least 1 full year at the time of the carpenter's passing, there is a pre-retirement joint and survivor benefit that is paid to the surviving spouse, and that starts the month after the carpenter passes away. Again, no waiting period, and your spouse does not have to be any particular age. For the construction pension plan, it is a 100% joint and survivor benefit. For the Millman Pension plan, it is a 50% joint and survivor benefit. So if you look at the personal estimates that were sent out to you, you want to look at the one with the B on the top right corner. That is the estimate without the partial lump sum. Okay, so you look at the base estimate without the partial lump sum. On the construction plan, it's 100% surviving spouse benefit, and on the mill plan, it's a 50%. Both of those start the month after the carpenter passes away, and they're payable for the surviving spouse's lifetime, regardless of whether or not the surviving spouse subsequently remarries. If you are not married at the time of your death, or if you have been married for less than 1 year, if you are at least early retirement age, and that means in the construction plan you're at least 55, and in the Millman plan you're at least 60, the pre-retirement death benefit is paid as a pre-retirement 60 certain guarantee. So we calculate the benefit amount both for the pre-retirement joint and survivor benefit and for the pre-retirement 60 certain guarantee. We calculate that benefit amount as if you had gone on pension the day before you passed away. Okay? So that's how the calculation is done. Okay? If you are not yet early retirement age, and actually everyone registered today is, so I'm just going to kind of flip through this, you have to have a certain number of credits earned. It doesn't matter if you're vested, you still need some additional credit past the vesting requirement. And then on the construction pension plan, it's your number of credits earned multiplied by $875, gives you a full death benefit amount. On the Millman plan, it's multiplied by 345. So just a quick example, construction pension plan worked up until the date that Carpenter passed away, but he's not yet 55. We take and if he had 10 years of pension credit, we would take the 10 years of pension credit, multiply by the death benefit rate of $875, and that would give us a dollar amount of $8,750. That $8,750, that's 10 years of credit that was earned, multiplied by the $875. It's divided by 60 and paid out to a beneficiary in 60 equal monthly payments. So again, everyone registered here today was older than early retirement age, so it's not something you need to be terribly concerned about. But carpentry is a family trade. So some of you may have children or even younger friends in the trade, to know that there is indeed a pre-retirement death benefit payable. So if you're married, it's a joint and survivor benefit. If you're at least early retirement age, it's paid as a pre-retirement 60 certain guarantee. So your beneficiary is going to receive 60 monthly payments if you're not married. Post-retirement death benefit. Now, this is in addition This is in addition to the monthly pension benefits that we've already talked about, okay? Post-retirement, there is a one-time lump sum death benefit that is payable to someone who is getting a pension at the time they pass away, to a carpenter getting a pension at the time they pass away. So on the construction plan, there is a one-time $3,000 lump sum death benefit that is payable when the carpenter passes away. On the Millman Pension plan, there is a one-time $2,000 benefit that is payable when the retiree passes away. Okay. For those of you registered today who have both a construction pension plan and a Millman pension plan, you don't get the 3 plus the 2. You don't get 5, but you do get the greater of the 2. So if you're receiving a pension from both of the plans, you get a one-time $3,000 death benefit that's paid out. Okay. For those of you who are eligible for the active working carpenter health benefits, okay, part of your active working carpenter health benefit package is a $50,000 life insurance policy. And actually, it's a double indemnity policy. So if your death is accidental, it doubles. It's $100,000. So that $50,000 policy is paid through Hartford. Used to be Aetna. Hartford bought out Aetna. So now we have a contract with Hartford. You have a $50,000 policy through Hartford while you are eligible for the active working carpenter health benefits. That $50,000 policy will expire when your active working carpenter health benefits expire. Okay, so that's something to keep in mind. When we get to the retiree health benefits, we will talk about if you elect the retiree Blue Cross Blue Shield part of the health benefits, then there is a $25,000 life insurance policy if you pass away prior to age 65 that goes along with the retiree Blue Cross and Blue Shield. But we'll look at that when we get to the retiree health benefits. So in addition to the monthly pension benefits that we already talked about in the earlier slides, this $2,000 or $3,000 is a one-time lump sum death benefit that's paid out upon the carpenter's death. I should also clarify that this is only paid out when the carpenter passes away. Okay, if the carpenter passes away and this $2,000 or $3,000 is paid, and then if the surviving spouse starts getting a surviving spouse monthly benefit, or even if the surviving spouse is getting a balance of a 60 certain, when the surviving spouse passes away, there is not a $2,000 or a $3,000 lump for the surviving spouse. Okay, it's only for a carpenter, only when the participant passes away. Okay. So I'm kind of watching, and I'm not seeing any questions coming through on the chat, so I'm just going to keep moving on. Since we're starting to talk about beneficiaries, in your personal printouts that were mailed out to you, if you would please look at the one with the D as in David, on the top right-hand corner. So this printout shows you the dates that you most recently designated a beneficiary in, excuse me, in the welfare fund, in the active health benefits for your $50,000 Hartford policy, if you are currently eligible for the active working carpenter health benefits. And it also shows you your construction fund, Millman fund, and supplemental retirement fund beneficiary designation dates. Now, if you see none on your printout, as you do here, that means you do not have a beneficiary on file for that particular pension fund. Now, obviously, if you are a construction fund participant and you don't have a Millman fund beneficiary designation on file, or vice versa. That's not a big deal. But everyone should make sure that they have a current life insurance beneficiary form on file, a current beneficiary on file for the appropriate pension fund, and everyone should make sure that they have a beneficiary on file for the supplemental retirement fund. Okay. Also on this same sheet of paper, we have given you at the very bottom of this your supplemental retirement fund approximate account balance. Now, I need to apologize to every single one of you. We made a mistake when we did these printouts. We pulled the current report of everyone's current June 30th balance for the supplemental plan. But when we merged these documents to give everyone their individual printouts, by mistake, and it is my fault, so if you want to know who to blame, you can blame Sherry. By mistake, we pulled your balance for the supplemental retirement plan from the end of March. So the balance on the supplemental retirement plan, even though your printout says it's from the end of June, the balance is actually from the end of March. By the time we realized that this had happened, all your individual printouts had already been mailed. Had we not already mailed them, we would have, of course, corrected our mistake. So I do apologize to you for this mistake on my part. However, everyone gets a quarterly statement from John Hancock, and you can certainly log into your John Hancock My Life Now account and see your individual current supplemental retirement fund account balance. So I am very sorry for that mistake, and you can bet we'll be watching to make sure that that does not happen for future seminars or webinars. So I do ask for your forgiveness. Please log into your John Hancock account to see your current account balance. The one there on your printout is about 3 months old. Okay, so back to talking actually about beneficiaries. Okay, designating a beneficiary is one of the most important things that you can do regarding your benefits. Okay, to designate a beneficiary, if you have not already done so, or if you're looking at that personal printout with the dates on it and you're thinking, gee, that date on there that I designated a beneficiary, it looks kind of old. It's 20 years ago, and I got married since then, or I got divorced since then, or we had another child since then. You know, you should definitely think about updating your beneficiary. Part of the handouts for today's webinar, one of the handout attachments is beneficiary forms, blank beneficiary forms, that you can complete and send back to the pension fund office to update your beneficiary. Okay? If for some reason you don't have or can't access the handouts, you can definitely grab a beneficiary designation form online at our website, again, our newly designed website, crccbenefits.org. Or if you just say, no, I don't really do the computer thing, or I don't have a printout, give the Retirement Benefits Department a call, and we'll be happy to send you out a beneficiary form. Your beneficiary designation form must be on file with the fund office prior to your date of death in order for it to be valid and honored. Okay. On the beneficiary forms, you can choose one or more beneficiaries, and you can also name contingent, which are just secondary beneficiaries. You can do that on the beneficiary forms. You can update your beneficiary designations at any time. If you are married, your spouse needs to sign as a witness to consent to your beneficiary designations. And if you are married but you don't have a beneficiary form on file, your spouse is automatically your beneficiary unless you've designated someone else. The only way for the pension fund, the construction and the Millman Pension Fund, the only way for you to designate someone other than your spouse as your beneficiary for the construction or mill pension funds, you have to be early retirement age, and your spouse has to fill out a form to consent to you designating someone else as your beneficiary. Okay. So we've added the slides this year. I've been giving this particular example for a very long time during the seminar and webinar presentations. Generally, people name their spouse as their primary beneficiary and the kids as secondary, as contingent beneficiaries. Now, you are not under any obligation to name your kids as secondary beneficiaries. You can name whoever you want, okay? But what we've seen happen time and time again in the pension fund office is someone decides they're going to name the kids as secondary beneficiaries, or maybe even primary beneficiaries if they're not married. And maybe there's 4 kids, and there's Tommy and Joey and Susie and Johnny. And the carpenter says, I'm going to name Tommy as my beneficiary. Tommy, he's a good boy. I know he's going to split that benefit with his siblings. Absolutely no question about it. If something happens to us, Tommy, he's going to split that benefit with his siblings. Okay? We urge you not to do this. If you want your children to split the benefit due equally, name each child separately on the beneficiary forms. And there's 2 reasons for this. The first reason is a financial consideration as far as taxability goes. Just like the pension is taxable income for you, for your lifetime, for however long you're receiving a pension, if we are paying pension benefits to someone else, to your kids or to whoever else you name as a beneficiary, that pension benefit is also taxable income for that individual. So if you want all 4 kids to split the benefit equally, but you just name Tommy on the form, Tommy's the one who's going to get stuck paying taxes on the entire benefit, even if he is a good boy and splits the benefit with his other 3 siblings. So you want to name them separately so that everyone is taxed on their own portion. Okay. On the second bullet point here, you just kind of never know what curveballs are going to happen and what's going to happen in the future, you know. Maybe there will be something going on where Tommy won't want to split the benefit with his siblings. My dad passed away a few years ago. I have 2 brothers. We get along famously. We're a nice, close-knit family. But after my dad passed, there was a little bit of tension about who was going to get what, you know, who was going to get the grandfather clock and who was going to get dad's wedding ring and different things like that. So the 3 of us worked it all out. Thanks for asking. We're okay. We're still a nice, happy, close-knit family, but you just never know what's going to happen. So if your intent is for the kids to split equally, name them all separately. Okay. Oftentimes we get asked what happens if I die without a beneficiary designation on file with the pension fund office. Well, there is an order of succession built into the pension plan. Okay. So if you pass away without a designated beneficiary, your spouse is automatically your beneficiary. If you're not married, then your surviving biological and legally adopted children are your beneficiaries, and the benefit would be split amongst them in equal shares. If there's no spouse or children, then it would be your surviving parents in equal shares. And if you don't have surviving parents, for the pension fund, it would be the beneficiaries named on your welfare fund life insurance beneficiary form. This is slightly different for the supplemental plan. For the supplemental plan, it would go to your estate instead of your welfare fund beneficiaries. So as I mentioned, these slides have recently been updated, so we're going to make that tweak for the next presentation. But so there is an order of succession built in with beneficiaries. Beneficiary forms can be completed and emailed into the pension fund office. Once upon a time, you had to mail in the original, so we had an ink signature on file. We will now accept these as scans attached to email, or even a fax if you still have access to something like a fax machine. More people now have scanners than fax machines, but you can send those into the pension fund office. Our email address is retirement@crccbenefits.org. And our fax number is on the beneficiary form and is also on page 2 of the pension printout. So I'm going to pause over here and look and see at what type of questions are coming through. And it looks like a few. So someone's saying they called and were told they had a recent beneficiary form on file, but the paper that we've sent out has a different date. So for that, you need to call the pension fund office. Perhaps you called and someone quoted you the date for your life insurance beneficiary as opposed to your pension beneficiary, or vice versa. So just give the fund office a call on Monday or next week, whenever it's convenient for you, to verify your independent beneficiary date. The beneficiary form for the supplemental retirement plan, you obtain that from the pension fund office, not from John Hancock. And again, there is a supplemental retirement plan beneficiary form included in the handouts for the presentation. A couple other questions about beneficiary dates. So, of course, I cannot see your individual printouts in front of me right now. Again, please give the pension fund office a call about those. Someone's asking about the supplemental retirement plan, and I am going to talk about that in just a little bit and talk about what it is and the contributions to the supplemental retirement plan. So that's all I have for today on beneficiaries. So let's talk about applying for benefits. About a third of you registered indicated that you were ready to retire either this year or early next year. So when should you request and file an application? There are a lot of federal requirements involved in when we can send you out an application, how soon or how late we can send you out an application. So federal requirements require that several of the election forms, the estimates, and the written explanations that we furnish you as part of an application packet, they have to be sent out to you no earlier than 180 days in advance, which is 6 months, but they cannot be sent out to you any later than at least 30 days in advance, unless you and your spouse, if you're married, waive a 30-day requirement in favor for a 7-day requirement. Now, this isn't on the slide, and I went through it very quickly because it's all too confusing. It's this big cobweb of regulations regarding pension start dates. So this is what you need to remember. You want to call the Retirement Benefits Department 5 months before you want to start your pension to ask to receive a pension application packet. A pension application packet should be completed and sent back into the pension fund office 4 months in advance of when you want your pension to start. Application packets are only good for 6 months from the date that they are sent out to you. This packet that you have received today, comprised of your individual personal printouts that we mailed out to you through the post office, and of the handouts, and the pension handout actually has a full pension application in it. This packet that you have for today's webinar is considered to be a valid pension application, and you can use it for up to 6 months. So we're in July now. As long as you are starting your pension by January 1st of 2022, by this coming January, the packet you have right now in your hands is a valid application packet. Okay. Now, this slide shows our recommendations for timeframes. If you're sitting here listening to this webinar thinking, but it's July and I want to start my pension in September and I don't have 4 months before September. Okay. If you are thinking about a shorter time frame than this recommendation, please give the pension fund office a call next week and talk with them about the soonest that you can actually commence the benefit. It is possible to go sooner than these recommended time frames, but we want to give you enough time to get everything completed to send in your application. Once you send in your application to the pension fund office, our pension service representatives review that application and any supporting documents, and we'll talk about those in just a minute. And we respond back to you and we say, we still need this information, or we need you to clarify your answer to question number 6, or there's a little bit of back and forth involved sometimes. I keep saying send in your packet because for the last year and a half almost, the pension fund office had been closed to outside visitors, and we had staff working at home. I mentioned this at the beginning of the presentation. The pension fund office is again reopened, both the Chicago office and the Lisle office, for appointments. Okay, we strongly discourage walk-ins, but we are taking appointments right now. After Labor Day, we'll be better equipped to handle both appointments and walk-ins. But for a pension application, if you want to come in and discuss questions with someone, or if you just want to drop off your application in person to make sure that you've completed everything correctly, you have all of the right documentation, give the Retirement Benefits Department a call. Schedule an application. We're nice people. We're happy to meet with you. That's what we're there for. A lot of times people will say, how long is a pension appointment if I come into the office? It really depends on how many questions you have and how much of the paperwork you've completed in advance. So if you complete all of the application at home and you come into the office with the application and your supporting documents and you just have a few questions, you might be in and out of there in 20 minutes. If you haven't completed the application at home and you want to come into the office to complete, or if you have a lot of questions, which we are more than happy to answer, a pension application appointment might take an hour to an hour and a half. So, we can accommodate those appointments for you. The Lisle office right now is only taking appointments on Tuesdays and Thursdays. That will expand after Labor Day. Downtown, we're taking appointments all days of the week. The Lisle campus, if any of you are familiar with the Lisle campus, where a lot of the local unions are located and where the Health Center and Vision Center are located, our fund office there is a newer facility. We just moved up to the 3rd floor about 2 years ago. And there's free parking in Lisle. There's ample parking. If you are going to come downtown to the Chicago office, there's definitely street parking and there is garage paid parking. Garage paid parking for a couple of hours downtown is probably going to run you about $30. So, just some things for you to think about and consider. So we recommend submitting your application 4 months in advance, be that coming through the mail or coming into the office. But if you're thinking of a shorter time frame, call the Retirement Benefits Department and call to see what can be done. Okay, there are ways to go on sooner than this 4-month recommendation. There are 2 different dates we want to talk about. We want to talk about your effective date and we want to talk about your award date, and they're 2 separate things. The effective date is the date that you're first entitled to benefits. So right now, if you came into the pension fund office and if you submitted your pension application on Monday and you want a September 1st pension date, okay, we're nowhere near that 4-month recommendation that we give you for 4 months of applying in advance. So if you come in on Monday, we may not be able to process your pension for a September 1st pension check, but you would be entitled to September 1st pension money, We just might not be able to award your pension until the following month, until say October 1st. So in some cases, people apply without leaving us enough time to process an application, and their award date, the date that we actually issue their first check, it's later than the date of their effective date when they're first entitled to pension money. So if that happens, your first pension check on a later award date will have any retroactive money that we owe you on it. Okay. We cannot go back any earlier than the month after you apply for benefits, though. And there's still this funny 7-day federal requirement in there. So again, talk to a retirement benefits rep if you're getting close to your retirement date. If your retirement date is still out there in the future, please keep in mind applying 4 months in advance. Okay. When you apply for benefits, you will have to furnish us with copies of documents. Now, for years, if you attended one of the in-person seminars out at the training center in Elk Grove that I conducted, for a long time we would say we need original documents. You have to bring in your original documents. That policy changed during the pandemic, and we are continuing that policy going forward. Copies are acceptable, so we do not need to examine your original marriage certificate or your original birth certificate. You can send in copies or bring in copies along with your pension application. If you are going to come into the office to turn in your pension application, you may bring your original documents with you. We will copy them while you are in the office, and we will return your originals to you right there in the office. So you will not have to leave your originals with us, and you don't have to go out in search of a copy machine or anything like that. While copies are acceptable, they do have to be copies of county certified documents. So we want your county certified birth certificate, not the little commemorative one from the hospital with your footprints on it, or not the one from if you happen to have been baptized, not the little baptismal commemorative from the church. So it has to actually be the county certified birth certificate and the county certified marriage certificate. Again, not a commemorative marriage certificate from the church or the synagogue or, wherever you might have been married, but the actual county certified document. A photocopy of the county certified is okay. We also require copies of a government issued photo ID for both the carpenter and the spouse. Generally, people give us a copy of their driver's license. But if you have a passport which has your photo on it kind of serves two purposes. We can use your passport as your proof of age, so you don't have to go get a county certified birth certificate. And the passport would also serve to be your photo ID. So if you have a passport, that's a nice way to kind of kill two birds with one stone. We used to require a copy of a Social Security card. We no longer require that. So if you've attended to a prior webinar or a prior seminar and you're wondering why it's no longer on the list, it's because it's no longer required. We have other ways of verifying Social Security numbers. Okay, as far as your first pension payment, pension checks are paid monthly on the first working day of the month. So I mentioned when we were talking about the estimates that we calculate your age as of the first of the month. Excuse me. We also pay benefits as of the first of the month. So we don't hold back a month. So if your pension is going to start on September 1st, then you're going to get your first check from us at the beginning of September. So the check that you get at the beginning of the month is for that month. I believe Social Security is the opposite, where Social Security holds back a month and then pays you later on. Your first pension check is going to be a paper check, but starting with your second pension check, direct deposit is mandatory. So part of the pension application packet is that you need to provide us with your banking information. Checking, savings, doesn't matter to us, but we need direct deposit information to start doing direct deposit with your second payment. Your first payment as a paper check comes out to you in a big white envelope, like an 8x14 envelope, a little bit bigger than the size of a standard sheet of paper. Because enclosed with that first pension check, we are required by federal regulations, when you become a pensioner, to send you out a copy of the pension book. It's called a summary plan description. We're required to send you out a written explanation of the joint and survivor options, which is in the pension book. We're required to send you out work restrictions and appeals procedures. So all that comes in this big white envelope along with your first pension check. Additionally, if you choose the partial lump sum option, and if we are paying that partial lump sum option directly to you, your partial lump sum check will also be enclosed with your first regular monthly check in this big white envelope. Okay, so you want to watch your post office, you want to watch your mail that first week of the month. If you are getting a large lump sum check and you don't want to trust it to the pension fund office, any benefits over $75,000, we send out traceable mail with a tracking number. But anything less than that, I mean, I personally still think, sums less than that are a lot of money that I don't know that I would want floating out there in the post office. You can come into the pension fund office, either in Chicago or in Lisle, to pick up your first monthly check, this big packet, or your first monthly check combined with the partial lump sum check, if you're doing that. You need to let us know ahead of time that you will be coming in to pick up your first packet. And we need to know ahead of time so that we don't put it out in the mail. If you don't tell us you're going to come in and we mail it out, then we're going to have a problem because you're going to be in our office looking for a packet where we've already put it out in the postal system. Okay, so if you want to come in to pick up that first packet, that first check, the lump check, let us know ahead of time. Part of the reason that paper check goes out with this big envelope of the required documents is that when you endorse that first pension check, you sign it to deposit it to your bank or to cash it. That's basically our proof that you've received this large envelope with all of these required documents. Okay. With respect to direct deposit, we do not issue check stubs. So no check stubs are mailed out for the direct deposits. However, starting in the fall, in fact, we're working on testing it now. I'm actually hoping it'll be out sometime this summer. In addition to our newly redesigned kind of static website that just has information out there for you to view, we are working on a participant portal. In fact, the programming on it is almost done. You will be able to log in to the portal with your own personal login ID and password. You will be able to see your pension payments. You will be able to see beneficiary dates. You will be able to see medical claims and explanation of benefits. You'll be able to see your retiree medical coverage. So there's a lot of things on the portal that you will be able to see. And again, that's in testing, targeted for the fall, but I'm actually hoping that it'll be available before the fall. When you fill out your pension application paperwork, you will make an election regarding taxes on your monthly pension benefit. As I mentioned before, the monthly pension is taxable income. And the federal tax election that you make when you fill out your pension paperwork stays in effect unless you submit a new federal tax withholding form to the pension fund office to change that withholding. So new tax election forms are available through our website, or you can call us to get a new tax form for your pension. We need it back in the fund office 30 days in advance to make a change. The same thing with direct deposit. If you change banks or, change banks, or just change accounts within a bank, you can certainly change the account to which your pension payment is being sent. You just need to complete a new form. Both direct deposit and federal tax changes require 30 days to process. Within the handouts for today, in the pension handouts, with respect to required documents that I talked about in this first bullet point here, if you have the pension handouts that were emailed to you or you've downloaded them from this webinar, with respect to required documents, the pension handout pages P17 and P18 talk about required documents. Okay. And then sorry, I didn't have the number written down. I'm flipping through my handout. This federally required pension benefit options and relative value explanation that I have at this last bullet point here, that's included in the pension handouts, and it runs from page P38 to page P44. This written explanation is a really good explanation of how all of the pension payment options work. So if a week from now or 2 weeks from now, you kind of forget what I said about that 50% joint and survivor or the 60 certain or whatever the case may be, you can go back to that handout and refer to those 5 or 6 pages there. It's a really good short written explanation of how all of the joint and survivor and pension payment options work. So it's a nice reference to have. Okay. Benefit adjustments. So, example, we have carpenters who are retiring for August 1st. Okay. And they're going to work, they're going to keep working through the end of July. They're going to stop working at the end of July in order to start their pension for August 1st. Okay. So those of you who have been in the trade for many years are probably familiar with the fact that your employer contributions are not due to the pension fund office until the 15th day of the following month. So any hours that are worked in July do not have to be reported to the pension fund office by the employer until August 15th. Well, for someone who has commenced their pension, started their pension August 1st, those hours that have been worked during the month of July are not necessarily included in their first pension check, in their initial pension calculation. It's just a timing issue. If we're processing pensions timely, which we certainly try to do whenever possible, we get your pension processed so you get your check the first of the month in which you retire, all of your employer contributions just simply are not in the pension fund yet. So what happens as a matter of general practice, and it's been this way for the 30 years since I've been here at the pension fund, about 3 or 4 months after your pension starts, the Retirement Benefits Department goes back and rechecks all of the new pensioners' applications and credit records to see if any additional hours have come in from your employer that would entitle you to any additional pension credit. If additional credits are there because of the extra hours that have come in for hours that you worked, the pension department recalculates your pension benefit and adjusts your monthly pension benefit upwards to include any additional hours and credits that you may have earned. Okay? That full adjustment is made to your monthly pension benefit amount. So if you have elected the partial lump sum payment, we do not make an adjustment to the partial lump sum payment that's already been delivered, but we do put the full amount of the new credit adjustment onto your monthly pension benefit for your lifetime and for your spouse's lifetime, if indeed you've picked a joint and survivor benefit. Okay. My slide doesn't want to move. There we go. No adjustment will be made to the partial lump sum amount. Okay. We also have instances, and again, in a couple of slides, in fact, in the next slide, we're going to start talking about prohibited employment and working while getting your pension, or what you need to do as far as stopping work in order to start your pension. In certain cases, individuals who are at least 65 years old may still be working in the trades under something called the 39-hour rule. And certain individuals who are at least 70 and a half years old may be still working while getting their pension. Okay? So for those individuals who are still working in whatever capacity, a small 39-hour rule a month capacity, or full-time perhaps if they're at least 70 and a half, pension amounts are adjusted once a year for any additional credit earned in the prior year. Generally, we make those adjustments in April of each year. Okay. So I'm going to pop over to the question chat and see if any questions have come through. And actually, no additional questions have come through. So I am going to move on in the slides. If you think of anything, please go ahead and put it in the chat with the questions, because as you can see, I'm checking that chat to see if any questions are coming through. Okay. So benefit adjustments happen automatically. So we talked about the fact that to start your pension, you have to apply for pension. Okay. But there are also requirements surrounding stopping work in order to commence your pension, and what type of work you are allowed to do after your pension begins. Now, some people just say, oh no, not interested, I'm done. I've worked my whole career, I've had enough, I want to kick back and relax and enjoy my pension. And if that's the case, that is perfectly fine. You are absolutely most welcome not to do any type of work whatsoever after your pension begins. But these are pretty common questions, so I want to spend a few minutes going over these. Okay. In order to start your pension, there's a twofold set of criteria. And these regulations are IRS regulations, and those IRS regulations are also incorporated into the pension plan document because, of course, your pension plan must comply with federal regulations. So to start your pension, the IRS requires what's called a legitimate severance of employment. This means that you have to stop working in any capacity with any employer who is signatory to the pension fund. And you cannot have any intent of returning to employment with a signatory employer after your pension begins. Okay? So you have to stop working for a contributing employer, a signatory employer, and this is important. I'm trying to get my highlighter back here. It doesn't want to come back. Sorry about that. So you have to stop working in any capacity with any employer who is signatory to the pension fund. So you cannot say, oh, I'm working for XYZ Construction and they're a signatory employer. I want to start my pension, so I'm going to stop working with the tools and I'm going to go drive a truck for XYZ Construction Company. Doing so is not stopping work in any capacity with that employer. Okay, so you have to stop working in any capacity with an employer who is signatory to the pension fund. And the second part is important too. You cannot intend to return to employment with a signatory employer. So you're working for XYZ Construction. You want to start your pension, but you still want to drive a truck for XYZ Construction. So you talk to the boss at XYZ Construction and you say, hey, Joe, my boss Joe at XYZ Construction, you know, I'm gonna quit my job here at XYZ Construction, and I'm gonna go take a vacation for a month with my spouse or significant other or with my kids, and then I'm gonna start my pension during that month, and then after that month, I'm gonna come back, Joe, and hey, Joe, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, hey, you're gonna hire me back as a truck driver, aren't you, Joe? And Joe says, sure, no problem. That is not a legitimate severance of employment under IRS regulations. You've basically got kind of a wink, wink, nudge, nudge agreement with that employer that they're going to hire you back after your pension starts. And that is not permissible as far as a severance of employment goes. Okay? So a legitimate severance of employment with any employer who's signatory to the pension fund. And the second part of the criteria is that you cannot be working in any type of prohibited employment for either a signatory or a non-signatory employer, either a union or, heaven forbid, a non-union employer. Okay? So you can't be working with the tools for a non-union employer. Doesn't matter. You cannot be working in prohibited employment. And in a slide or two, we're going to talk about the definition of prohibited employment. Okay. The other question that comes up when I'm talking about this, usually in person, is, well, hey, if I stop working, do I have to start my pension right away? And the answer to that is no, you do not have to start your pension right away. You can stop working now and apply for your pension in a year or 6 months or, whatever type of situation suits your individual circumstances. Okay. You have to start drawing your pension the April after you turn 72. Okay. Well, for most people, it's now 72. If you turned 70 and a half in December 2019 or earlier, you actually have to start the April after you're 70 and a half. But the federal government has increased what's called the required minimum distribution age. That was increased to age 72. So you don't have to start drawing your pension for most of you until the April following the year in which you reach age 72. In the pension handouts for today's webinar, prohibited employment information, suspension of benefits information, it's on page P45 through P48 of the handout. So we've got slides here and you've got pages in the handout. Okay. And I see from this slide that I got a little bit ahead of myself. So we've already talked about this prearranged termination and prearranged rehire. That's the wink, wink, nudge, nudge that I just went over. Okay. Pardon me. So you have to stop performing services without any intent of returning to work for an employer who contributes to the pension fund. Now, there is an exception to this, but in order to qualify for the exception to this, there has to be 2 criteria met. You have to be at least 65. This applies both to construction pension fund and Millman pension fund. If you are at least 65 and you are not performing work that's considered prohibited employment, then you do not need to sever to start your pension benefits. So in my example that you want to go drive a truck for XYZ Construction and XYZ Construction is signatory, you want to go be their delivery truck driver. If you are at least 65, that is okay. Because you're at least 65, you don't have to worry about severing, and driving a delivery truck is not considered to be prohibited employment. Okay. All these prohibited employment rules get a little bit complicated. So again, I want to remind you that the representatives at the Pension Fund Office in the Retirement Benefits Department are available to discuss your questions. So if you have individual questions about what you can or can't do or severing employment, again, this format with 170 people registered isn't really the place for that. Give the retirement benefits staff a call and we'll be happy to go over your individual questions with you. Okay. So we talked here about severance of employment. Let's talk about prohibited employment itself. So prohibited employment, again, it's in your supporting information, pages 45 to 47. You cannot be employed or self-employed, employed either union or non-union, in any craft of carpentry, in any type of craft of carpentry, or in another business activity covered by a collective bargaining agreement or a participation agreement. And prior to age 65, if you are drawing your pension, you cannot work in any type of an occupation that's going to be considered prohibited employment in any geographic location whatsoever. So nothing. You cannot be working in the trades prior to 65. Once you reach 65, if you're between age 65 and age 70 and a half, you actually can work in prohibited employment. You can work with the tools for a signatory employer once you're 65, and you can still draw your pension, provided that you are working less than 40 hours per month. Less than 40 hours per month. And you have to be at least 65, both construction and Millman funds. This is commonly known as the 39-hour rule. If you are 65 and you are going to go back to work for a signatory employer, contributing employer for 39 hours a month, you must complete and return a 39-hour rule form and return it to the fund office. That's part of your handouts on page 48 of your handouts. Okay. The pension fund can also provide you with a 39-hour rule form if you need to complete that. Also, this 39 hours a month, less than 40 hours a month, it is per month and it is not transferable from month to month. So if you don't work your 39 hours during the month of July, you are not allowed to work double in August. Okay, it's basically a use it or lose it type of thing. If you want to, take advantage of this 39-hour rule, if you're 65, if you don't do the whole 39 hours this month, you cannot transfer unused hours from month to month. Okay. And this is also how, if you are at least 65, if you think back a couple of slides, I was talking about credit adjustments. And I said if you're 65 and working, we adjust your pension once a month. Well, this is how a 65-year-old might earn additional credit. If you are working 39 hours each and every month throughout the year, you're going to pick up an additional quarter year of pension credit because those 39 hours accumulate over the course of the calendar year. So in the following April, your pension amount will be adjusted upwards to pay you for the extra quarter you're picking up by working under this 39-hour rule. Okay. Then the final segment on this particular slide, get my slide to change here, is 70 and a half. Once you are 70 and a half or older, you can go back to work full-time and still draw your pension benefit. Now, when we're in person at the Elk Grove training facility, and I say that, I usually hear a lot of snickering out loud. Ha ha, 70 and a half, who's going to work 70 and a half years old? Because it's a tough trade. Well, we do have, out of our 15,000 or so pensioners, and that 15,000 count also includes our beneficiaries, but we do have about 24 retirees who are 70 and a half or older who are still working. Now, we just see the employer contribution reports coming in, so we know that they're working. We know that we have to adjust their pension annually. I'm not out there on the job site with them. I don't know what kind of work they're doing. I would kind of doubt that they're out there, swinging a hammer or using a nail gun. But once you are 70 and a half, you are allowed to work full-time and still draw your pension. Some examples of prohibited employment, and again, everything on this slide is in your handouts, pages 45 to 48. Okay, so prohibited employment, you obviously cannot work with the tools. You cannot be a building inspector for a contractor. You cannot be a project manager, a supervisor, a foreman, a superintendent for a contractor. You cannot do any of those things. This is one of the things that comes up quite often when people are checking to see what they can or can't do. They try and rename this project manager supervisor thing. They try and call it a whole bunch of different things. But when we get the job description in and we review the job description and we see that it has components of project management or supervisory, then we advise the applicant that it's prohibited employment and he or she cannot start their pension while engaged in that. If you're an employee of the council or an employee of the pension or welfare funds or the apprentice and training program, that is considered prohibited employment. There's a small exception for working as a part-time instructor out at the training center under the construction pension plan only. But in general, those things are all considered prohibited employment. If you are an officer at the local, you can complete your term. So you can start your pension and complete your term, but you cannot run for re-election. Okay. You also can't be a member of the executive board. You can't be a delegate. You can't be a business agent. So these are all examples of prohibited employment. This is not an exhaustive list. Look at your handouts and please talk with the pension fund if you have any questions. Some things that are not prohibited employment: you can be a building inspector for a state, a city, and municipality. You can be an inspector for home purchase or sale. You can do sales, provided you're not out there doing any installation. So you can work for one of those big box hardware stores, provided you're the one in the building selling the lumber or in the building selling the cabinets. You cannot be the person out there doing the installation. Also be careful with this one. Sales kind of gets some people in a pickle too. If you are working for an employer, general contractor, and you're working in sales for that general contractor, or for a flooring employer, an employer who does flooring, working in sales is not prohibited employment. But remember, you still have the component of needing to sever your employment. If you're before 65, you have to still sever your employment with that employer in order to commence your pension. Okay. So again, call the pension fund office if you have questions. You can do picket duty. Picket duty is not prohibited employment. You can do volunteer work. within your community or at your church, or I know we have several retirees who do volunteer work for Habitat for Humanity, using the skills, the valuable skills that they learned and worked with as a carpenter, volunteering out in the community, not getting paid for those services. It's okay to be a draftsman or a CAD designer. It's okay to be a safety director. Again, be careful about the safety director job description. That's one we look at closely, because sometimes people are pulling in project manager supervisory responsibilities into a safety director job description. We're going to look at those job descriptions closely to make sure that you're not engaged in prohibited employment. If you are an owner, in order to commence benefits prior to 70 and a half, you have to completely be a passive owner, which means you've withdrawn from all management responsibilities. You can be a corporate officer if the employer is a corporation and you're not working with the tools, and you can be a consultant regarding the viability of a project. Remember, these apply to both union and non-union work. So it's not like I can drop the union and go work non-union and get my pension. I mean, first of all, I would hope that nobody here would be considering that. You've been a union member probably all of your working career, and we hope that you will continue that. And we'll talk about union membership as we move forward in the presentation. Okay. If you want to return to work, or even if you want to clarify what type of work you might be doing after your pension starts, if you want to do that before your pension starts, one moment, please. Oh, pardon me, talking too much. So if you're thinking about returning to work, or if you want some clarification about what type of work you can do after your pension begins, even before you apply, submit a written job description, not one that you prepared, but a written job description that your employer or your prospective employer prepared. Submit that to the pension fund office so that we can review that job description, and we will respond to you in writing as to whether or not that job is considered prohibited employment. Okay? It protects you and it protects the plan. You want it in writing. The plan wants it in writing. Because let me give you a scenario. You go on pension, and 6 months after you go on pension, somebody sees you working on the job site, and you say that you're working as a safety director, or you're working in just a sales capacity. When we investigate and we see what's going on, you say, oh yeah, I'm doing so-and-so, and I called the pension fund office, and Joe down at the pension fund office, he said this was perfectly okay. I could do this and I could draw his pension. Well, you got some problems there. Number one, it's your word against Joe's word. And number two, there's no Joe working at the pension fund office. So who did you talk to and how do you prove it? Okay. So we require, and well, I shouldn't say we require, we strongly urge you to send in a written job description so that you have that written response in writing for your files for your records. So remember, it's a two-part test. Have you severed your employment with a contributing employer, especially if you're retiring prior to age 65? And you have no intent of returning to work with any contributing employer? And also, what type of work are you doing? Is it prohibited work or not prohibited work? So out of the corner of my eye, I see some questions coming through. So let me scroll over here and see if I can answer one or two of those before we move on to talk about the supplemental retirement plan. Then we're going to take another short break, and then we're going to come back and talk about health benefits, which is always a big concern for those of you retiring. And as I'm talking, I'm looking at questions coming through. And actually not too many. Question, if you return for 39 hours a month, are you considered active and do you keep your $50,000 life insurance policy? 39 hours a month is not enough for you to maintain active health benefit eligibility. 39 hours enough a month is not going to let you continue to be active and meet the hours requirement that's needed for active health benefits. Is it possible to be your own developer? You really cannot work in any type of ownership / management capacity. So you really can't be developing properties in the construction industry while you're collecting your pension. And then this one says management position for a non-signatory company from signatory with tools. I'm not sure exactly what that question is, but if you're working, pardon me, if you're working in a management capacity, again, the prohibited employment rules apply to both union and non-union work. So if I did not answer your question or fully answer your question, again, please give the Retirement Benefits Department a call and we would be happy to go over individual questions with you. That's all I see. A couple questions are coming through now about things that I've already spoken about regarding prior slides about the pension calculations and possible cost of living increases. So I urge you to go back and rewatch the presentation once it's posted to our website in about a week. Okay. So I am going to move on and talk about the supplemental retirement plan after I grab a quick sip of water here. Okay, so I'm not going to talk a whole lot about the supplemental retirement plan. A representative from John Hancock, in addition to recording information about Social Security, a representative from John Hancock, her name is Lily Fuentes, also recorded a segment about the supplemental retirement plan and drawing down your assets from the supplemental retirement plan. And those recordings will be posted to our website in about a week, along with my recording from today. What I do want to touch on briefly, though, about the supplemental retirement plan, some folks aren't sure exactly what it is, and usually those people are people who stopped working but maybe have a vested interest, but they stopped working back in the 90s. The supplemental retirement plan started in June of 2000. Okay, and it is an additional retirement benefit from the benefit funds. The supplemental plan, when it first began, it was called the annuity plan. Our current record keeper is John Hancock, but our original record keeper was Putnam, and then it switched to Mercer. So if you hear somebody talking about the annuity plan or the Putnam plan or the Mercer plan or the SRP or John Hancock, we're all talking about the same thing. We're just calling it different things. Okay. So if you are a participant who has worked hours after June of 2000, and again, most of you registered here today do have balances with the supplemental plan, John Hancock is our current record keeper. You receive quarterly statements from John Hancock. Up until this year, those quarterly statements were mailed out to your home. In accordance with new federal regulations, starting with the March quarter this year, electronic notifications went out via email stating that your statements are available. So to see your quarterly statement now, you log into John Hancock and you go to the John Hancock website. If you've never done this, you go to the John Hancock website, visit myplan.johnhancock.com. You set up your account. You can go into your account. You can see your balances. You can move money around. You can transfer from one investment option to another. And you can request a distribution application. So if you are ready to retire and you want to take your money out of the supplemental retirement plan, and again, know that it is not a requirement. You do not have to pull your money out of the supplemental retirement plan when you start your pension. When you reach what's called the required minimum distribution age, for most of you that will be 72, then you have to start taking installment payments out of your supplemental retirement plan in accordance with IRS regulations. But prior to 72, you do not have to pull your money out of John Hancock. So if you've retired, started your regular pension, you can still leave your account balance in your John Hancock plan if you choose to. You do have the option of taking your money out of John Hancock, and your option with respect to withdrawal, you have a couple different options. You can do installment payments, monthly, quarterly, or annual installment payments out of your supplemental account through John Hancock, or you can take a distribution of your full account balance when you retire from the pension fund if you decide to do so. If you want to take your full account balance out of John Hancock, again, consider that decision carefully. Talk with a financial planner. You know, your investment fees at John Hancock are really very low considering other investment options out there. If you want to do a lump sum out of John Hancock for your full account balance, that works the same way our partial lump sum that we spent a long time talking about on the pension side. We talked about the 10% partial lump sum option, how you can take that out and have it paid directly to you where it's added to your taxable income for the year. Or you can do a rollover to another IRA in the Carpenter's name at a different financial institution. Or you can do a rollover to a Roth IRA, again in the Carpenter's name at whatever financial institution. With the Roth, it would be taxable in the year in which you receive it. So the distribution options for a lump sum distribution from the supplemental retirement plan work the same way we talked about for the partial lump sum. Now, if you elect installment payments, you don't take a lump sum, you take installment payments from your supplemental plan. You can do monthly, quarterly, or annual installment payments. And of course, that income is added to your taxable income for the year, but it's only the amount that you're withdrawing in the installment payments that are added to your taxable income. Currently, as of June of this year, for the construction pension fund, the contribution rate is now $9 an hour. It had been $8. Over the course of the plan, since the plan started in 2000, the contribution rate has gone up and down over the years. When the plan first started, it was $1.50 an hour. It's gone up and down. Back in the 2010, 2011, 2012 era, the contribution to the supplemental retirement plan went down because the trustees diverted some of the employer contributions over to the defined benefit Millman and construction plans in order to make sure that those plans remained solvent back in the 2008 to 2012-ish area where the economy was not doing very well. Over the last few years, though, we have seen the rates steadily increase. 2016 to $4, 2017 to $5, 2018 to $6, then 7, 8, and now 9. Now, if you are in the Millman Pension Fund, you are not at the $9 contribution rate. The contribution rate varies depending on your individual employer's collective bargaining agreement. So if you're not sure what that contribution rate is from the Millman pension plan, give the contributions department at the fund office a call next week, and they can certainly help you out with that. Okay. kind of watching to see if any additional questions come in about anything I've talked about so far. I'm not seeing anything. We are going to take a break, and I see that it's 12:32 on my clock. Let's actually go a little bit longer than 5 minutes. So let's go at 12, go until 12:40. I'm going to start talking again at 12:40, and I'm going to talk about the retiree health benefits when we return at 12:40. So I will see you back here in about 8 minutes. Okay. Thanks for sticking with us. I see most of you are still here. So I will see you back here in about 8 minutes. Okay, so welcome back. It's 12:40, and we have health benefits left to talk about. So a lot of times when folks come into the office to apply for benefits, or even when they call us, the first thing they want to talk about is health benefits. And I always think it's important for you to understand the pension money, like where you're going to be at as far as your monthly pension benefit goes and all your different options there, before we talk about health benefits. So historically, I've been doing these seminars for 20 years now, a little more than 20 years, and we always put the health benefits at the end. So this slide's just an overview. We'll talk about eligibility requirements. We're going to talk about what happens if you're still eligible for the active health plan at the time you start your pension. We will talk about premiums, always a topic of concern for everyone. We'll talk about enrolling in the plan and what happens if you don't enroll right away when you retire. And then we'll talk about the coverages, what happens on the health benefit coverage both before and after Medicare. We'll talk about some additional benefits available. We'll look quickly at the Carpenter Centers for Health and Vision out in Lisle, and we'll talk about prescription drug benefits. When you apply for pension benefits, you will be given enrollment forms for the retiree health benefits. And in fact, if you were able to access the handouts for today's webinar, I will be looking at the handouts and switching over to the health benefit handouts. So that's a separate packet of handouts. And in the health benefit handouts, there are some sample enrollment forms. Now, the forms say sample across them. You cannot actually use those forms to enroll. And the reason we do that is because some people who were registered here today actually do not have enough credit in order to be eligible for the health benefits. But you will be provided with actual sort of live health benefit enrollment forms at the time you submit your pension application to the fund office. So you make your decisions about coverage when you apply for pension. So to be eligible in general, you have to have 10 years of vesting credit. So if you go back to your original printouts in the personal information we mailed to you through the post office, the A printout with the A on the top right of all your credits, at the bottom of those credits, one of the rows says vesting credit. So you can see how many years of vesting credit that you have. And in general, if you have 10 years of vesting credit, you would be eligible for health benefits. However, if at any time you have a 3-year calculation break, you went 3 consecutive calendar years without earning credit, then you need 15 years of vesting credit in order to be eligible for benefits. Okay. If you are still eligible for active plan benefits at the time of retirement, your retiree coverage will start after your active plan ends. And we're going to look at that actually on the next slide. But for this first part of the discussion, let's assume that you are not eligible for active plan eligibility when your pension starts. So if you are not eligible for active plan health benefits when your pension starts, assuming you enroll and choose to enroll in the retiree coverage, your retiree health benefits will start on your pension award date. So the first of the month in which we cut your first pension check, okay? Notice this says award date, not your effective date. So if you think back to when we were talking about applying for pension, we recommend you apply 4 months in advance so that we can get your pension processed on a timely basis. If you're coming in at the last minute, I mentioned to you that 4-month recommendation sometimes can be shortened. and that we might, in some cases, be able to pay you, say, a month or so retro on the pension money, and you get like 2 months of pension money on your first pension check. That only applies to the pension money. As far as the health benefits, if you are not actively eligible when your pension starts, then your retiree health benefits start the first month that we actually cut your first pension check on your award date. They don't go retroactive. Okay. Active plan eligibility will end after you fall below 1,000 hours for the past 4 work quarters. Okay, and that's a provision that's been out there for years. You're actively eligible until you fall below 1,000 hours in the last 4 work quarters, and that also applies to when you retire. Okay. So when your active plan eligibility ends, and most of you registered here today are still eligible for the active plan of benefits. Okay. So when the active plan of benefits ends, you have 2 options. Your first option is that you move directly from the active plan of benefits onto the retiree plan of benefits. And the retiree plan of benefits will start the first of the month after the active plan of benefits end. You do not pay for retiree benefits until after your active plan of benefits end. So, for example, if you apply for and you start your pension July 1st, but you work up through the end of June and you've got quite a few hours under your belt through the end of June, you're going to start your pension for July. You'll start getting pension money in July. So even though you're a pensioner in July, in this example, okay, you've worked through the end of June. So you have enough hours, enough active working hours to possibly keep you eligible for the active health benefits, let's say all the way through the end of November. Okay. So even though you're a retiree getting a pension check as of July 1st in this example, you'll still have active health benefits for August, September, October, and November. So you will not move to the retiree health benefits, and you will not pay for the retiree health benefits until after you fall below 1,000 hours for the active benefits. So in my example here, we're saying that the retiree benefits will start for December 1st. So as of December 1st, because you filled out forms at the time you filed your pension application, and those forms for retiree health benefits told the Retirement Benefits Department, yes, you want coverage, or no, you don't want coverage. When we processed your pension application back in June for your July pension start date, we coded the computer system to say, hey, when this particular carpenter's active health benefits end, this carpenter already filled out forms to tell us, yes, he or she wants the retiree health benefits after the active benefits end. So then the programming on the computer system automatically moves you onto the retiree benefits the first of the month after the active benefits end. And at that time, the programming on the computer system knows to start withdrawing your retiree premium from your pension check. Okay, we're going to look at premiums in another slide or two. Let's just talk about the concept right now. Even though you're a retiree, if you still have active benefits, you're still covered under those active benefits, and you don't move to or pay for retiree benefits until after your active benefits end. Now, if you're not sure about the 1,000 hours, when are you going to fall below your 1,000 hours? You watch your quarterly report. Every quarter you get in the mail from the fund office a quarterly report that shows the hours that you've worked. And on that quarterly report, it tells you, yes, you're still eligible for active health benefits for the next insurance quarter, or no, you don't have enough hours for the active health benefits for the next insurance quarter. So when that quarterly report comes and says, no, you're not going to be eligible for active benefits anymore, know that if you've already filled out your retiree health benefit forms with your pension application, will automatically move you to the retiree benefits. So your retiree benefits will automatically start the first of the month after your active benefits end. Now, if you are actively eligible at the time your pension starts, you will have another option. After your active benefits end, if you choose to, you can move to something called continuation coverage under COBRA for an 18-month period. And then after that 18-month period is over with, then you can move on to the retiree benefits. Now, a lot of times people are mystified by COBRA. They say, what's this COBRA coverage that I hear about? Well, there's really nothing mysterious about COBRA. COBRA is an acronym, and it stands for a law that was passed by the federal government back in, it was either 85 or 86, so back in the 80s. And it stands for the Consolidated Omnibus Budget Reconciliation Act. And you don't even have to remember what that is. But what this law is, what COBRA, the law is it says that any health benefit plan, not just your Carpenter's health benefit plan, but any health benefit plan, even for somebody working out there in corporate America, if you lose your insurance benefits, in this case your active benefits, for a number of reasons called qualifying events, and what we're talking about here for a qualifying event is actually you've retired and you've had a reduction or a stoppage of active work hours. So because your active work hours have stopped, you've lost your active benefits at some point in time when you fall below this 1,000 hours. So the federal government says that we, as a health plan, have to give you the option to remain covered by the exact same coverage you've had under the active plan of benefits. And you can keep that coverage when you're losing coverage due to a reduction in hours for 18 months maximum. Now, this COBRA option to keep your active benefits for 18 months, that's not only because you're stopping work because you're retiring. That option also applies to the 30-year-old carpenter out there or the 40-year-old carpenter out there who maybe just didn't work enough hours to meet the hours requirement to keep their active insurance benefits. Okay? So COBRA is not unique to retirees. Continuing coverage, having the option to continue your active coverage under COBRA, applies to anyone who's losing health benefits for a qualifying event reason. And a qualifying event is your hours were reduced or your hours have stopped because you're retiring. Okay. So if you choose to, you can come from the active benefits onto COBRA for 18 months maximum and then move on to the retiree benefits. Okay. COBRA premiums are in the handout. They're in the health benefit handout. We're going to briefly talk about COBRA premiums here before we talk about retiree premiums. So on page H3 of the handout, COBRA premiums are listed. And if you want to continue coverage for all of your active benefits, including dental and vision, prescription dental vision, The COBRA premium is currently $632 per person per month. That's $632 per person per month. If you have a family, so you and your spouse and one or more dependent children, family coverage under COBRA for the full benefits package is currently $1,561 per month. So if you choose to, you can go from active benefits. You can keep the active benefits for an extra 18 months under the COBRA law by paying the premiums for COBRA to the fund office. And then when your 18 months are over with, you move directly onto the retiree benefits. Okay? Retiree benefits would start the first of the month after COBRA benefits end. So after that 18-month continuation period ends, the retiree benefits would start. Now, many times in the past, people just skip the COBRA coverage. They go right from the active benefits to the retiree benefits. And we will look at the retiree premiums in a few minutes. The retiree premiums, in many cases, end up being less expensive than the COBRA premiums. Okay. Right now, we are in a period under federal regulation under the COVID relief package that was passed by Congress under the Biden administration, under the American Rescue Plan. We are currently in a period of time where the federal government is basically picking up the tab for COBRA coverage. So if you are someone who happened to have lost coverage for your active benefits for June 1st, you should have received a mailing. In fact, you might have even received 2 mailings and an email talking about COBRA continuation coverage. So if your active benefits ended for June 1st, under the American Rescue Plan, you may qualify for free COBRA coverage that could run, it doesn't run for the whole 18 months, but it can run through the end of September. So if you are someone who just lost active coverage June 1st, and if you have not already talked to the active Carpenter Health Benefits Department about this COBRA, it's called a COBRA subsidy under the American Rescue Plan, you should be on the phone on Monday calling the Active Health Insurance Department. It's the Fund Office 787-9455 telephone number. You push option 3 for the Health Benefits Department, and you want to talk to a representative in the Health Benefits Department about whether or not you may be qualifying for this subsidized, also known as free, COBRA continuation coverage from June 1st through the end of September. Okay. So if you don't qualify or for the subsidy, you have to pay a full COBRA premium and then move to the retiree benefits. Again, we're going to look at retiree premiums in a moment, and you want to compare your retiree premium to the COBRA premium that's on page 3 in the health benefit handout. Okay, so either you go from active to retiree, active skip COBRA to retiree, kind of like a little jump here, or you go from active to COBRA to retiree. Okay. So premiums. Let's talk about retiree health benefit premiums. Retiree health benefit premiums must be deducted from your pension check. Okay. Out of our 15,000 retirees, we have almost 9,000 people who are eligible for retiree health benefits, and we do not have staff to process 9,000 checks coming in every month to pay for retiree health benefit premiums. So retiree health benefit premiums are deducted from your monthly pension payment. Again, if you are actively eligible when your pension starts, We do not start deducting premiums until after your active eligibility ends. Blue Cross Blue Shield and prescription drug coverage are separate and distinct options with separate premiums. Dental and vision coverage are separate and distinct options with separate premiums. The premiums that we're going to look at are subject to change. They can be increased at times when the trustees feel it's necessary in order for the plan to remain solvent. That said, I would like you to know that the current premiums that we're going to look at and talk about have been in place since 2011. There has not been an increase in the Blue Cross Blue Shield or the prescription premiums since 2011. Now, vision and dental have increased a little bit, and we'll talk about why. But even though the premiums are subject to change, your trustees are very aware of the fact that health benefit premium costs are a large factor in your retirement, and they do their best to keep them at very affordable levels. In order for a retiree to have a certain type of coverage, the spouse or dependent, excuse me, I said that backwards. In order for a spouse or a dependent to have a certain type of coverage, the retiree must also have that coverage. So we're going to look at premiums in a minute. So for example, if the retiree only takes Blue Cross Blue Shield and the retiree does not take prescription coverage or vision coverage or dental coverage, then the spouse and or dependent children could only take the retiree Blue Cross Blue Shield coverage. The spouse and dependent children cannot have the prescription or the vision or the dental unless the retiree is also enrolled in those types of coverage. Dependent children up to age 26 are eligible for coverage. They can remain on their parents' plan. That was part of the Obamacare legislation that passed several years ago. We covered dependent children up through age 26, regardless of whether they are still a student, regardless of whether they're even married. Kids can be covered up to age 26. If you have a disabled dependent, that disabled dependent may be eligible for coverage past age 26. There are certain rules surrounding disabled dependent eligibility, and if that situation applies to you, please give the fund office a call, the Retirement Benefits Department a call, and we can discuss disabled dependent eligibility with you. Medicare eligibility is on an individual basis, and the retiree and the spouse, one of you may be on Medicare and our Medicare supplement, but the other one may not be on our Medicare supplement. So it depends on your own individual family situation. So, okay, let's look at the coverage chart here. So I need to, there we go, move something on my screen so I can draw over here. So we have here a coverage chart, and this coverage chart talks about Blue Cross Blue Shield, and it talks about prescription drug coverage. Over here in this first column, you want to find your number of years of vesting credit. And the number of years of vesting credit is on your personal printout that we mailed out to you. Okay? So you find your number of years of vesting credit. The overwhelming majority of you registered today had quite a lot of vesting credit. So for my example here, I'm going to talk about this 30-year level vesting credit. So if you have 30 or more years of vesting credit, this is the line on the chart that you're going to look at. This chart is also replicated in the health benefit handout right on page 1. Okay. So for the Blue Cross Blue Shield breaks down into two different columns on this premium chart. Blue Cross Blue Shield to someone who is not yet on Medicare versus someone who is on Medicare. Okay. So if you retire and you and your spouse, or even just you or just your spouse, if any of you are not yet Medicare eligible, and if you have 30 years of vesting service, you are going to pay $187 per person per month for the Blue Cross Blue Shield coverage. Okay. To major medical coverage, it's very, very similar to the same coverage you have now under the active plan. And we will look at coverage charts after I go through premiums and eligibility. Okay. So pre-Medicare, your Blue Cross Blue Shield with 30 years of vesting credit costs you $187 per person per month. Once you become Medicare eligible, or if you are already Medicare eligible, or if your spouse is already Medicare eligible, Medicare becomes your prime carrier, and the Carpenters Blue Cross Blue Shield becomes your Medicare supplement. Because Medicare is your prime carrier, the Carpenters Blue Cross Blue Shield premium goes down. Medicare does the bulk of the heavy lifting, and we're going to talk about coverage going forward. But Medicare is going to pay 80% of the bills, and the coverage from Carpenters just supplements Medicare. So once you become Medicare eligible, or once your spouse becomes Medicare eligible, or even a disabled child who might be Medicare eligible, pre-Medicare you pay $187 a month per person. Once someone of the group or all of the group becomes Medicare eligible, that premium for that individual person goes down to $47 a month on the Blue Cross Blue Shield. So if both the carpenter and the spouse are not on Medicare, Blue Cross Blue Shield costs you 2 times $187 a month, assuming you have your 30 years of vesting credit. Once one of you becomes Medicare eligible, you pay $47 for the person who's Medicare eligible, and you still pay $187 for the person that's not Medicare eligible, because the plan is still going to remain the primary carrier for the person who's not Medicare eligible. As time goes on and you both become Medicare eligible, the $187 goes away, and then if it's a carpenter and a spouse, you pay 2 times $47, $47 each for your premium for the Blue Cross Blue Shield every month. If you still have dependent children covered, you pay that monthly amount also for the dependent child. So if the carpenter and spouse are both on Medicare, it's 2 times $47. But maybe you still have one dependent child at home, then you'd add the $187 in for the dependent child. So you have to do a little bit of math to figure out where you're actually going to be with your premiums. So these first 2 columns, non-Medicare and Medicare, that's for your Blue Cross Blue Shield. This third column over here on the right, this is for your prescription drug coverage, which is a separate election from Blue Cross Blue Shield. So using still our 30-year tier, if the carpenter is married and both the carpenter and spouse want prescription drug coverage, then it's $75 per person per month for the prescription drug coverage. Again, if you have dependent children covered, it would be $75 per child per month added on. Okay, so you have to do the math depending on your own family situation to figure out where you will be as far as the premiums actually go for the Blue Cross and Blue Shield coverage. Okay. The coverages are independent elections. Okay. So as I mentioned earlier, if the carpenter picks Blue Cross Blue Shield only, be it Medicare or not Medicare, Okay, they're still both considered Blue Cross Blue Shield. So if the carpenter picks Blue Cross Blue Shield, then the spouse and or dependent children can have Blue Cross Blue Shield also. And it doesn't matter if the carpenter is no Medicare Blue Cross and the spouse is Medicare Blue Cross or vice versa. These two columns are both considered Blue Cross Blue Shield as long as the carpenter is in either no Medicare Blue Cross or Medicare Supplement Blue Cross. The spouse and any dependent children can still have Blue Cross. If the carpenter picks prescription drug coverage and enrolls himself or herself in prescription drug coverage, then the spouse and children can also enroll in the prescription drug coverage. There's no provision for a spouse or dependent child to be enrolled in Blue Cross Blue Shield if the carpenter's not enrolled, or to be enrolled in prescription drug coverage if the carpenter's not enrolled. Or even, let's switch slides here. We have vision and dental coverage. They're separate premiums. Dental coverage for one person, for just the carpenter, is an additional $44.53 per month for just the carpenter. If two people are enrolled, and that could be a carpenter and a spouse, or maybe the carpenter's not married, but the carpenter has a dependent child. So any two people enrolled is a total of $86.42 a month, not $86.42 each, not $86.42 each, but a total of $86.42 a month. If you have a family covered, which is the carpenter plus two or more dependents, be they a spouse or kids, it doesn't matter, then dental is $153.33 a month. Vision, again, a separate election. The carpenter only is $6.20 a month. A carpenter plus a spouse or dependent child is $11.96 a month. And family coverage, a carpenter plus a spouse or plus two or more dependent children is $18.22 a month. Again, separate elections. If the carpenter is not enrolled in dental coverage, then a spouse or children cannot enroll in dental coverage. If the carpenter is not enrolled in vision coverage, then the spouse or children cannot enroll in vision coverage. But all of the coverages are separate elections. So it is perfectly possible for the carpenter and even the carpenter's family only to enroll in vision coverage, or only to enroll in vision and dental coverage, or only to enroll in prescription coverage, or only to do a combination of prescription plus vision. Okay, all four things are independent elections: Blue Cross Blue Shield versus prescription versus dental versus vision. And if you have the handouts, if you were able to print the handouts or look at the handouts, if you look at the handout page H5, the health benefit handout page H5, when you look at the coverage elections on the form, part B on the bottom of the form where you're picking coverage on page H5, those circles represent Blue Cross Blue Shield. Do you, the carpenter, want to enroll in the Blue Cross Blue Shield? You say yes or no with the circles. The squares represent prescription drug coverage. Do you or don't you want prescription drug coverage? The diamonds represent dental coverage, yes or no? And the triangles at the bottom represent vision coverage. So you can see there are four separate sections to make separate elections for the different coverages. So I know I kind of spent a lot of time talking about that and going over how everything is separate, but a lot of people really don't necessarily understand that all of the coverages are separate elections, and it's okay to pick one coverage without another coverage. Okay. I've moved my slide back because I just want to go back to talking about the Blue Cross Blue Shield and the prescription drug coverage premiums for a moment. The Blue Cross Blue Shield premiums, be they pre-Medicare or post-Medicare, and the prescription drug coverage premiums, those are the premiums set by your trustees. Those are the premiums that have not changed since 2011. And I sometimes feel like when people first see these premiums, they kind of have like a sticker shock, especially if you're someone who's worked steadily for the last, 20 or 30 years, and you've had the active plan of benefits. You've never really had to worry about paying medical premiums, insurance premiums out of pocket for health benefits. And here you are retiring, and I'm showing you this premium chart and telling you this is how much you need to pay. I urge you 1,000%, go out there and see what's available on the open market. Go out there, compare the premiums that our welfare fund needs to charge the retirees for coverage with premiums that are available on the open market. This is excellent coverage, and we're going to go over your coverages as we move forward on the slides. This is excellent coverage at rates you are not going to come anywhere close to touching on the open market. Go look. If you find something better, more power to you, go for it. And the reason that these rates, you're not going to find anything close to these on the open market is because these retiree premiums are highly subsidized by the active working carpenter hours. So someone with 30 years of vesting credit down here at this last row, this really the least expensive of the premiums, if you can even say expensive. I don't know that I would call it expensive. Someone with 30 years of vesting credit, these premiums for Blue Cross and prescription coverage are subsidized by about 75% by the active working carpenter hours. Even someone with only 10 years of vesting credit, these premiums are still subsidized by about 40% by the active working hours. Okay, so your trustees know how important these premiums are and how important these premium levels are. And I think the fact that they haven't increased these Blue Cross Blue Shield or prescription drug coverage premiums since 2011 speak to the fact that your trustees understand that premium coverage, that premium costs are an important component of your retirement. Now, the vision and the dental premiums have increased slightly, and vision and dental are relatively new options. Vision coverage has been around, I think we're in our 3rd year, and dental coverage, we're in our 4th year. Delta Dental administrates the dental, and VSP Vision administrates the vision. And those benefits are actually benefits, the rates are set by Delta Dental, and the rates are set by VSP. So they haven't gone up a lot in the past couple of years, but they have increased just a bit on the vision and dental because the trustees do not set those premiums. They are set independently by Delta Dental and by VSP Vision. Okay, all the premiums subject to increase in the future. Only for the vision and dental, only for the vision and dental, there is an open enrollment period. So if you do not elect the vision or the dental coverage, there is an annual open enrollment period that runs from January 1st through March 15th with coverage starting April 1st. So if you retire this year and you don't take the vision and dental, next year during open enrollment, you can fill out enrollment forms to add vision and dental. You do not have to have had any other vision and dental coverage in the meantime, but you can fill out enrollment forms between January 1st and March 15th, and we'll add you to the vision and dental, April 1st of that next year, of that enrollment year. Okay. I've already mentioned this extensively. The retiree has to be enrolled in order for the spouse of the dependents to enroll. With respect to vision and dental, if coverage is canceled and you haven't been enrolled for a whole year and you have had services, then you will not be able to re-enroll for 2 years. So for example, you enroll in dental coverage, or you and your family enroll in dental coverage. In the first month or two that you're covered and paying premiums for dental, you use up your $1,500 dental maximum, and then you say, well, why am I going to pay for this anymore? I already used up my $1,500 allowance. I'm just going to cancel my dental coverage. Well, if you do that, there's no re-enrollment allowed until after a 2-year period has passed. Okay, so something to keep in mind. Also, with respect to your premiums, as an active carpenter, you have had a health reimbursement arrangement for the past couple of years. $1 an hour for each hour that you work goes into your HRA, your health reimbursement arrangement. Okay. The administrator of that was CYC, Connect Your Care. Connect Your Care has been purchased by Optum Financial, so now Optum Financial is administrating that. Provided that you are a member in good standing with your local, you are still paying your local union dues, even after retirement, you can use up any balance on that HRA card. And that HRA card can be used for premiums or for your co-payments or deductibles. As far as premiums, because there is a requirement that premiums be deducted from your pension check, what happens is you call the retirement benefits department and you ask for us to send you out a printout, basically a receipt of what premiums you have paid by pension check deductions, and you can submit that printout/receipt to Optum Financial to get reimbursed for any retiree premiums that you have paid, provided that you still have a balance on your HRA account or in your HRA account, and that you are still a member in good standing with your local. Once the new participant portal is up that I mentioned before that you can log into, to see your coverages, see your pension checks, you will be able to see your retiree premiums and basically print your own receipt off the portal so that you can submit to Optum to get reimbursed for your retiree premiums. If you choose to use the card that way, of course, you don't have to. You can save any balance that you have on your card in order to use for co-pays, deductibles, things like that. So, what if you do not elect to enroll in retiree health benefit coverage at the time you retire and fill out your pension paperwork? You can add coverage later, and this includes Blue Cross Blue Shield and prescription. There's no set open enrollment for Blue Cross Blue Shield or prescription, but you can add coverage later, provided that you have had continuous health benefit coverage for the prescription or for medical coverage with another health care plan provider. Okay. The other health care plan provider does not need to be an employer plan. It can be coverage that you have purchased out there through the open market. Okay. You will have to provide proof to the retirement benefits department in the form of a certificate of creditable coverage or some other documentation from that other health benefit company to prove that you have had other coverage through another carrier during your postponement period. And the retiree health benefits must begin immediately following termination of the other health care plan. So There can't be a gap in coverage between the other plan and the retiree plan. You want to request enrollment. If you postpone coverage, don't take coverage because you have other coverage and you want to enroll in the retiree plan at a later date, you want to request enrollment forms and return enrollment forms to the fund office at least 30 days before your coverage under the other health care plan ends. This is very important. I have it in capital letters. I have it highlighted in purple ink on the slide. With respect to those of you who are eligible for the active plan of benefits, and you're going to move from the active plan of benefits to the retiree plan, or you're going to have that COBRA continuation of the active plan of benefits in between there. Your active plan deductibles and out-of-pocket coinsurance maximums do not carry over from the retiree plan to the active plan. They are two separate plans with their own deductibles and their own coinsurance maximums. So, for example, if you retired in October and your active eligibility was still in place from October of last year all the way through May of this year, and your active benefits, your active health benefits are ending for June of this year because you fell below the 1,000-hour requirements. So June of this year, you're moving from the active plan of benefits onto the retiree plan of benefits. If earlier this year, in January through May, if you met your active plan deductibles during January through May, or your active plan out of pockets January through May, when you move to the retiree plan for June 1st, you will need to meet new deductibles and new out-of-pocket maxes. Okay? Same thing would apply if your coverage is ending in March or June or September or December. At whatever point in time you move from the active plan to the retiree plan, you must meet new deductibles. You'll meet retiree deductibles. Those active plan deductibles and out-of-pockets do not carry over. That is something that is either not understood or not paid attention to quite often. So I really try and emphasize that during these presentations. Under the retiree plan, you do not have the ComPsych network or the Absolute Solutions network. So ComPsych is your behavioral health substance use disorder services, and Absolute Solutions is for radiology and imaging services. You still have coverage for radiology, and you still have coverage for behavioral health or substance use disorder, but they are covered under the retiree Blue Cross Blue Shield, okay? Subject to your deductibles and your out-of-pocket. Okay, so it's not like you go through Absolute Solutions and you automatically get your X-ray or your MRI paid at 100% through an Absolute Solutions provider. You have coverage through Blue Cross Blue Shield, but you first have to meet your deductible, and then you have your coinsurance. Okay. Once you move on to the retiree health benefit coverage, Blue Cross Blue Shield will be your new contact point for questions about claims. So if you've been covered by the active plan of benefits, you've always called for the active plan, you've called the fund office downtown to ask questions about your claims. Once you move on to the retiree plan, you will call Blue Cross Blue Shield to ask questions about your Blue Cross Blue Shield claims, not the retirement benefits department. Blue Cross Blue Shield actually processes the retiree claim. Okay. You will also get new cards and a new group number from Blue Cross Blue Shield, from Express Scripts, and if you enroll in dental, from Delta Dental. excuse me, the retiree group numbers are different for Blue Cross Blue Shield, Express Scripts, and for Delta Dental. As far as VSP Vision, there's no actual vision card, but your vision provider can verify coverage just putting your ID number into the computer system. So be on the lookout for new cards once you move from the active plan onto the retiree plan. So I'm actually going to talk about coverages, coverage percentages, deductibles, out of pocket maxes. But before I do that, I'm going to pop over and look at some questions because I keep seeing questions popping through. If you are covered by another plan, be it an independent plan that you are purchasing on your own, or possibly your spouse works and has coverage through your spouse's employer, you can come in and out of coverage for both Blue Cross Blue Shield prescription vision and dental. You can come in and out of coverage provided you can prove other coverage. Vision and dental, you can come onto the Carpenters vision and dental at times other than open enrollment, provided that you have other coverage. The open enrollment period for vision and dental, that April 1st coverage for January through March 15th enrollment forms, that is only a hard set deadline if you don't have other vision and dental coverage. If your spouse works and has coverage through your spouse's employer, and you're also covered by your spouse's employer under vision and dental, and maybe your spouse is going to retire in September, and your spouse's coverage for vision and dental from your spouse's employer is going to end for September, you can come onto the Carpenters vision and dental in September. You don't have to wait for next year's open enrollment, provided that you can prove to us that you have had vision and dental coverage through your spouse's employer. Okay. So can you initially sign up just for Blue Cross Blue Shield and add prescription at a later date? Yes, you can add prescription at a later date, provided that you have prescription coverage through another insurance provider, another insurance company during the gap time. Okay. The only way you can ever come back to Blue Cross Blue Shield or prescription coverage is if you have other prescription coverage or other medical coverage through another provider, through another insurance company. A couple questions coming through about union dues. I think because I mentioned union dues with respect to using the HRA card. The very last slide, and I'm not going to flip there, but the very last slide in this presentation, and I'll revisit them, talks about union dues. With respect to your union dues, it's important that you continue to support the union. So you want to contact your local union to discuss retiree dues. Some locals offer reduced dues for retirees. As long as you pay your union dues and remain a member in good standing, you are able to still use any balances on your HRA account. And you can also take advantage of the Midwest Coalition of Labor member-only benefits. There's a special benefits package for retirees. I am not intimately familiar with all of those packages, but I know that there are legal services and there's some life insurance and there's a great deal of discount packages. So as far as union dues, you should be contacting your local union to discuss retiree union dues. So those are all the questions I see coming through. Thank you to those of you who are sticking with us. I hope you're learning some things and getting some good information today. The last several slides that I have here, we're going to talk about coverages, and then we're going to talk about surviving spouse benefits in case the carpenter passes away first. So I'd say we've probably got about another 15 minutes or so left if you can stick with us. So I thought maybe we'd be less than 2 o'clock, but not so much. I guess I talk too much. Okay. So here's your slides on what is and what isn't covered. This retiree plan is very, very similar. If you are not yet Medicare eligible, this retiree plan is extremely similar to your active working Carpenter health benefits. Okay? So if you are not yet Medicare eligible, you have Blue Cross, and if you choose to enroll, you will have Blue Cross Blue Shield for your retiree comprehensive major medical benefits. And this coverage chart is the same as the active coverage chart. You have if you're using the PPO network, and we've had a PPO network in place for 20 or more years, if your providers are in the PPO network, you have a $300 per person per year deductible. After you meet your deductible, you have 80/20 coverage. Okay, $300 deductible, 80/20 coverage. If there's a carpenter and a spouse, or a carpenter and a child, if 2 people are covered, the $600 family is pretty much the same as the individual. But if you have 3 or more people covered, your deductible is a $600 family. So once 2 people in the family meet their $300 deductibles, then the whole family deductible is satisfied for the year. You have an 80/20 coverage, so the plan is going to pay 80%, and you're going to be responsible for the other 20%. You have an annual coinsurance maximum. So once your 20% adds up to $2,000 in a given calendar year, that's actually $2,300 really. It's $2,000 plus your $300 deductible. So once you have met that coinsurance plus deductible in any given calendar year, your coverage increases to 100% for the balance of the calendar year for the person who's met their out-of-pocket. If you're also using non-PPO providers, you have an additional $600 deductible, and your coverage is only a 60% coverage from the plan, and that 60% only applies to usual and customary allowances, the usual and customary charges. You would have an additional out-of-pocket max of $6,000 if you're also using non-PPO providers. Emergency room copayment, this is the same as it's been under the active plan for several years now. If you use the emergency room, and if you are treated and released and you go home and you are not readmitted to the hospital as an inpatient, then you have a $250 emergency room copayment. This is excellent coverage, folks. I believe most of you realize that, but if you're shopping around comparing our plan's premiums to another plan's premiums, don't just look at the dollar cost of the premiums. Look at the percentage of coverage and what your deductibles and your out-of-pocket maxes are. You know, maybe you can find a plan that's cheaper than ours out there on the open market, but maybe you've got a $1,000 deductible, and then maybe you've only got 60% coverage, and maybe your out-of-pocket max every year is $20,000 or something. So really make sure to do some homework and investigate if you think you're going to go outside of the plan for coverage. Again, you're welcome to do that. We don't make any money off of your premiums. In fact, when I was talking about subsidized premiums, I don't think I mentioned the retiree premiums that are collected only cover about 33% of the true cost of what the plan pays out in retiree claims every year. So just be careful. You know, I don't want anybody not to take our coverage and then to be sorry later on. Okay, so once you become Medicare eligible, Medicare is going to be your primary carrier. Okay, and there are 2 parts to Medicare. And I think, again, kind of like the COBRA thing, people think that Medicare is this big mysterious thing, but it's really not. There are 2 parts to Medicare, and this slide oversimplifies a little bit, but Medicare Part A Medicare Part A is the part of the Medicare that's going to pay the hospital facility bills. So if you are an inpatient at a hospital, that's what the Medicare Part A is going to pay. If you go to a skilled nursing facility after a hospital stay, Medicare Part A is going to pay the nursing facility. Medicare Part A covers some home and hospice care. Medicare Part B, that's the part of Medicare that pays the professional fees, what the doctor charges to see you in the doctor's office, what the surgeon charges to do the surgery. It covers the lab tests and the pathologists and the radiologists who read those lab tests. So that's the big difference between Medicare Part A and Part B. Part A pays the hospital facility. Part B pays the professional fees. Okay. For your Carpenters Blue Cross Blue Shield Medicare supplement, okay, we pair with Medicare. Medicare pays first and the Carpenters pays second. Okay. So on your Medicare Part A, if you are a patient in the hospital, a bed patient, an inpatient in the hospital, from Medicare, your Medicare deductible in 2021 is $1,484. That's your Medicare deductible. But your plan, your Carpenter's plan, is going to pay the full amount of this Medicare deductible. So you are not, if you have the Carpenters Blue Cross Blue Shield Medicare supplement, you are not responsible for this $1,484. Your Carpenters Medicare supplement pays the entire amount. And this covers the first 60 days of hospital care. Okay? Not many people are in the hospital past 60 days, but if you are, Medicare has a copayment per day of $371. Your Carpenter's Medicare supplement through Blue Cross Blue Shield is going to pay all of that deductible per day, or copayment per day. So that's all covered by your Carpenter's Medicare supplement. On the Medicare Part B, before Medicare Part B pays anything, there is a Medicare Part B deductible of $203. Your Carpenter's Medicare supplement pays that Medicare Part B deductible. Okay? Once that Medicare Part B deductible is paid, and again, paid by your Carpenter's Blue Cross Blue Shield Medicare supplement, then Medicare pays 80% of the doctor bills, of the professional fees. But your Carpenter's plan pays the other 20%. Okay? So between Medicare and your Carpenter's plan, you have very good coverage here. What's not covered? Well, if you are seeing a provider, a doctor or a surgeon or someone who charges over and above the Medicare allowance, okay, you would be responsible for any amount that the provider is charging you over and above the Medicare allowed amount. As far as your Medicare Part A is free. You do not pay Social Security / Medicare. You don't pay a premium for the Part A for most people. If you've got at least 10 years of work credits, they call it 40 credits from Social Security, you get your Medicare Part A for free. Your Medicare Part B, that's this middle section here, you do pay a premium for Medicare Part B. Generally, that premium is deducted from your Social Security check. And in 2021, the Medicare Part B monthly premium is $148.50. So you're going to start having a deduction of approximately $148.50 out of your Social Security check for your Medicare. But if you think back to our premium slide that we looked at here from Carpenters, your Carpenter's Blue Cross Blue Shield premium goes down. And if you're at the 30-year tier level, you were paying pre-Medicare for Blue Cross Blue Shield, you were paying $187 a month. But the 187 goes down to $47 a month. Again, I'm at the 30-year tier level on the premium chart. That Medicare supplement premium from Carpenters, you basically get $140 back on your pension check, which is almost going to cover this Medicare premium that's going to start to come out of your Social Security check. So the premiums are pretty much a break even. Okay, it's a tiny bit more. What is it? $8.50 more a month that you're going to end up paying once you're on Medicare. But you also have better coverage because Medicare is paying $80 and the plan is paying the other $20. Pre-Medicare, the plan was paying $80 and you were responsible for the other $20. So for an extra $8.50 a month on the premium, you're getting the other 20% of the Medicare allowed amounts covered. So that's your Medicare supplement. That's the Medicare supplement. If you are enrolled, I'm going to bring all these up at once. If you are enrolled in the Carpenters Blue Cross Blue Shield, you also have a couple of extra benefits here that accompany that Blue Cross Blue Shield. Okay. You have chiropractic, acupuncture, and naturopathy care for the carpenter and the spouse. Okay. This coverage is not available to dependent children. Okay. You also have a hearing benefit. A hearing exam is covered at 100% up to $150 allowance once every 2 years. And if you need hearing aids, this allowance just went up about 2 years ago. It was $1,500. If you need hearing aids, you have a $5,000 hearing aid allowance. I need to check, folks. This slide says every 2 years, and I'm giving you a warning here. I actually think off the top of my head that this slide might be wrong and that it's every 5 years. So if that's something that's important to you, please call the fund office and double check. And I'm certainly going to double check these slides before the next webinar. So if that's incorrect, I do apologize. You also have a life insurance benefit. The carpenter, not the spouse, but the carpenter who is not yet age 65 has a fully insured life insurance benefit, a $25,000 life insurance benefit through the Hartford if the carpenter passes away before the carpenter's 65th birthday. Now, in order for these three benefits to apply, you must be covered under the Retiree Comprehensive Medical or Medicare Supplement. That's the Blue Cross. Those are Blue Cross Blue Shield. Pre-Medicare Blue Cross Blue Shield or post-Medicare Blue Cross Blue Shield. You have to be covered under those in order for these three benefits to apply. As far as the life insurance, once you reach 65, that $25,000 life insurance does go away, but you can convert it to an individual self-pay policy directly through the Hartford. Okay. Out at the Lisle campus, there's the Carpenter Center for Health and the Carpenter Center for Vision. If you are enrolled in the Blue Cross and Blue Shield retiree plan, you are able to use the Carpenter Center for Health. All services at the Carpenter Center for Health are free, no co-payments or deductibles. If you or your dependents really are enrolled in the vision coverage through VSP, then you are also eligible to use the Carpenter Center for Vision out at the Lisle campus. Okay, so the phone numbers for both of those are here so that you can schedule your appointment. Prescription drug benefits are provided through Express Scripts. So if you enroll in prescription drug benefits, you have coverage, and it's the same coverage as you have under the active plan. The next slide will look at your copayments, but here, the same as the active plan, if you take a long-term, what's also called a maintenance medication, so you're diabetic and you take pills all the time, or you have heart medication or cholesterol medication, just like the active plan of benefits, you can only get 3 fills at a retail pharmacy, and then you are required to get those long-term medications filled by the Express Scripts home delivery mail order program, or a brand new addition as of May of this year. You can also get your 90-day supply if you don't want to go through the mail home delivery. You can also get the 90-day supply through your local Walgreens. Only Walgreens. It is a specific agreement with Walgreens. So you cannot get a 90-day supply at, a CVS or your local mom and pop drugstore or an Osco. Okay, that 90-day supply is exclusive to Walgreens, and that is brand new as of this May. As far as your co-payments on prescription drugs, same as under your active plan of benefits. At retail, you have a $5 copay on generic, a $12.50 on a 90-day supply through Walgreens or for the mail order program. On a single source brand where there is no generic, you have a 20% copayment with the appropriate minimums and maximums for your copayments. On a multi-source brand, that means that there's a generic out there, but for any reason you or your doctor have elected for you to take the brand name, then you have a 35% copayment at retail and through the home mail delivery program or through the Walgreens 90-day supply. Specialty drugs, those are generally, they apply for things like cancer and multiple sclerosis. Generally, they're injectable drugs that require refrigeration and special handling. They are incredibly expensive drugs. So just to give you an example or a frame of reference, the average that the plan paid for a generic fill at the 90-day supply level for all prescriptions, okay? In 2019, the average that the plan paid for a generic prescription fill for a 90-day supply was $5.81. The average that the plan paid for a brand name drug for a 90-day supply was $84.90. Excuse me, the member paid. Okay. On specialty meds, the average that the member paid for a specialty prescription, there's a $20 minimum, $100 maximum for a 30-day supply. But in 2019, the average that the cost to you, to the member, to the carpenter, was $52.47. On a specialty medication, the average that the plan paid out per prescription was almost $3,800 per prescription. So even though you have on a specialty medication a $100 maximum just for a 30-day supply, the cost to the plan for those specialty medications is quite large. There's quite a large cost to the plan for those specialty medications. So, drum roll please, retiree health benefits for years and years and years, in fact, until 2019, when the Carpenter passed away, retiree health benefits ended for the surviving spouse, okay? As of 2019, the surviving spouses are able to remain covered by the retiree health benefits for the surviving spouse's lifetime at the same premium that the carpenter would have paid, provided that they don't remarry. So this coverage is a little bit different. In fact, it's a lot different from the monthly pension benefit. When we talked about the monthly pension benefit, we talked about the 50%, the 75%, and the 100% joint and survivor option. And I mentioned to you that on the monthly pension benefit, the spouse was still going to get that monthly pension benefit if the spouse subsequently remarried, okay? So it's different with the retiree health benefits. If the spouse subsequently remarries, the retiree health benefits will stop for the surviving spouse, okay? This actually, retiree health benefits to a surviving spouse may also apply if the carpenter passes away prior to retirement, if the carpenter is at least 60 years old and actively eligible for the active working carpenter health benefits, and if there's going to be a pre-retirement joint and survivor benefit due to the spouse. So it is possible for this to also be as a pre-retirement option if the carpenter passes away prior to commencing pension benefits. Okay. So that was big news. It's an awesome benefit improvement. We've had so many surviving spouses who had not known that the change was made in 2019. They're so incredibly grateful that they get to keep the carpenter's coverage at the same rates that applied to the carpenters while the carpenters were still with us. So as I mentioned, the last slide, union dues, remember to contact your local to discuss retiree dues. As long as you're paying dues and remaining a member in good standing, you can continue to use any balances in your HRA account, and you can take advantage of the Midwest Coalition of Labor Benefits. I'm going to go back and look at the questions to see if there's any questions, but in case anybody's got to jump off, I would like to remind you that when you exit, a survey will come up. If you could take a minute or two just to answer those maybe 5 questions or so, I would appreciate it. And please remember to notify the fund office. If you move, give us your new address. If you get married, divorced, anything like that, you want to make sure that you update your beneficiary forms. Call us when you need us. We're there for you. There's our phone number. There's the email address at the Retirement Benefits Department. I appreciate very much that you spent time with us today. I hope you have a very happy retirement. And please don't be afraid to call the Retirement Benefits Department and ask questions or schedule an appointment to meet one-on-one with a retirement benefits representative. So thank you very much. I understand if you have to jump off. I'm going to stand for a moment or two and look and see what questions have come through. It actually doesn't look like a whole lot of more questions. In fact, as I'm looking here, the 2 or 3 questions that have been typed and come through are actually things that I have answered during the course of the presentation. The one question I do see here is, after the carpenter passes away, does the spouse need to continue to pay union dues once the carpenter has passed in order for the spouse to keep health benefits? And the answer to that is no. Once the carpenter passes, the surviving spouse does not need to pay union dues. But again, please talk to your local about the dues and all the benefits that they provide you with. So that is all I have for you today. And we're actually ending right at 2 o'clock. I thought we'd be a little bit early, so I apologize if you were relying on that. Like I said, I guess I just talked too much. It's just, I've been doing this for a long time, and there's a lot of really important information that I really try and make sure that everyone has. So thank you very much for joining us, and I hope you have an excellent remaining part of your weekend. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.